So there is your Outlaw 275 ladder for MDA Fabrication. Your first pair, as we are going to find out who is going to go into round number 2 in just a few moments, hopefully around 4.4 seconds, is Justin Gallant backing up from the burnout. He's in the TCS side of the racetrack. Last year, Justin took out one of the biggest wins of his racing career, got the win down at the strip at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway at Streetcar Super Nationals. And Jeff Whitworth trying to play giant killer over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane in his Fox Body Mustang, the Battle of the Fox Bodies. You get a look inside of that Ford Mustang of Justin's as he gets guided up to the line. And Jeff Whitworth has been trying to keep that car down and planted on the racetrack. So that thing has been in the habit of picking up the front wheels, the battle of the turbocharged cars. Whitworth from Nanaimo, Gallant from Chilliwack. Gallant already pre-staged, waiting on Whitworth to bump in as we get ready for the first round of eliminations for MDA Fabrication. Outlaw 275. Even off the line and at the stripe, it is going to be Justin Gallant getting the job done. 473 with 144 miles an hour. Again, heads up racing to the 8th mile. Jeff Whitworth, a 5:07.2 at 148 miles an hour. His best run of the weekend in an 0:46 reaction time. So Whitworth left first on Gallant, but Gallant able to drive around him at the stripe. So Justin Gallant will move on in to round number 2 of eliminations. We'll get ready for an all Fox body pairing again coming up next with Steve Skokin. And that's Steve Skokin over there in the Pro Charge Mustang in the Lordco lane, and Tyler Bodke, a turbocharged Mustang out of Rochester, Washington. So Bodke, your number 7 qualifier, up against Steve Skokin, your number 10 qualifier. 16-car ladder here, and the top 16 in qualifying making their way into the field for eliminations. Bodke getting backed up from the burnout here in the TCS side of things. So fairly even in the elapsed time in qualifying department for these two racers. Bodke, slightly different power combination with the turbocharger is the Pro Charge setup for Steve Skokin in the LMS Group Ford Mustang up against the Bodke-built racing machine. USA versus Canada matchup is Bodke from Rochester, Washington, and Steve Skokin out of Surrey in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Winner of this round will take on the winner of the Souza and Schulhauser battle. Skokin getting the front wheels up, Bodke all over the racetrack, and Skokin's going to get the job done on a hole shot. 480 with a 0, 161 miles an hour to a 473 with a 7. The difference was on the starting line. And 033 light for Steve Skokin to a 140 light for Tyler Bodke, and Bodke unable to track down Steve Skokin's Ford Mustang at the top end, even with a 473 with a 7 at 157 miles an hour. So Steve Skokin carrying the front tires and carries himself into round number 2 of competition for the racer out of Surrey. As your next pair fired up and getting ready to head underneath of the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge, the battle of the big cubic inch nitrous combinations. It is Rick McLeod in the Dart on the tower side of things, in the TCS lane up against Mike Hawkins from Chilliwack in his 1981 Chevy Malibu over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. McLeod, who had some mechanical carnage with his car at Door Wars, got it all fixed and back in competition coming into round number 1 of eliminations, and already a stacked matchup against Mike Hawkins, who went rounds Door Wars in his Chevy Malibu. 598 cubic inches of big block Chevy power and 600 189 cubic inches of Mopar power for Rick McLeod, the TCS side of the racetrack. So this matchup pitting your number 8 and 9 qualifiers against each other in round number 1 of eliminations. These cars dead even in the matchups in qualifying heading into this round 1 pairing. Only one moving on. McLeod from Vernon, Hawkins from Chilliwack, as both racers are pre-staged. And it's red light. Good night for Mike Hawkins, 473 with a 6. But how about Rick McLeod, 457 with a 4, saving his best run for round number 1 of eliminations in the Dart for the racer out of Vernon, 152 miles an hour. Hawkins knowing that he's have to be up on the wheel for that matchup. Unfortunately, going 176 red, big time red. For Hawkins on the Lordco Auto Parts lane, runs it through to a 473 with a 6, 155 miles an hour. So Rick McLeod will move into the next round of Outlaw 275 competition for MDA Fabrication. Next up in the Nova, Jason Gagnon, the Radial Flyer machine up against Bob Cook. Cook from Lloydminster, Alberta. Jason from Kelowna. So Jason coming into round number 1 of eliminations as your number 5 qualifier. Has been a consistent 450 player throughout qualifying. Up against Bob Cook, who's trying to punch out that higher qualified car in the F-150, the pickup truck over in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack with the turbocharged LS setup. And Jason, the Radial Flyer machine, also a turbocharged machine, getting ready to bring that car into the beams and trying to make an A to B hit, but Bob Cook knows that he's got to try and keep it clean as well, because if there are any problems with the car in the TCS side of the racetrack, he could be there for the taking here and could allow Cook to move into round number 2 of eliminations. Gagnon wants to put a stop to that in the Nova. Side by side until at least the 330-foot mark, and it's going to be Jason Gagnon getting the win, 454 with 261 miles an hour. Cook had the advantage off the starting line, but that was pretty much the only place he was ahead with that 060 light, 085 light for Jason, and a 5 flat with an 8 for Bob Cook. His best run of the weekend, but unfortunately coming up short against Jason Gagnon in the Nova, and he is going to go on around number 2 of competition. Cook running 145 miles an hour in his top-end charge, trying to stick with Jason Gagnon here in this, again, heads-up category for Outlaw 275 with these small-tire cars. As your next pairing is going to be Chris Houston, starting the burnout there for the racer out of Lethbridge. And Chris Gould in the CT Automotive 2000 Ford Mustang. Gould coming in as the higher qualified car. Your number 6 qualifier, Houston qualifying in the number 11 spot. And if everything goes to plan in both lanes, should be another close race here in round number 1 of competition. So we continue to whittle down the ladder here in Outlaw 275. Still a few more pairings back there in the lanes. Limited Street for Golf and Fraser coming up next. So Chris Gould, the former Outlaw 10-5 runner, getting guided into the beams. Again, your number 6 qualifier into the 450s. And Chris Houston, Lordco Auto Parts lane, as Gould jumped through the beams. He is not going to get a time, and Chris Houston gets by with the round win. 492 with a 5, 146 miles an hour, and Chris Gould, you saw him, he tried to bump it in and then rolled through the beams. In the TCS side of the racetrack, no time, the automatic win goes to Chris Houston. So Houston jumping up there playing giant killer in that one is Chris Gould, knocked out in round number 1. Your number 6 qualifier is out. For Smoke, Fire, and Thunder is Scott Schulhauser. Mustang out of Calgary, Alberta, getting backed up from the burnout. Your number 2 qualifier up against the number 15 qualifier in Tony Souza. Attention in the pits, Real Street. Real Street. We need you to lanes 1 and 2. Real Street 1 and 2. So, we've seen it already in this round, where the car that might not have necessarily qualified as quick as the other one has already punched their ticket into round number 2. Scott Schulhauser, another racer trying to make an A to B pass. He knows he's got the performance advantage on Souza, and again, Souza will also be trying to look for any slip-up from that Copper Mustang in the TCS lane. And there will be, oh, he's out of it. He had to shut it off, was there for the taking, but still coasts through to the top end and gets lucky on that one. Scott Schulhauser, 616 with a 375 miles an hour early shut off, as Tony Souza has been a 520 player throughout the weekend, and man, if he could have just done that for one round, he might have moved on into round number 2. As Schulhauser again having to click that Mustang off early, but still coasts to the round win with a 616 with the 3 at 75 miles an hour. Souza a 723 with the 1 at 75 miles an hour. So, getting ready for our next pairing, and it is going to be the battle of the nitrous cars. J.R. Lazick on the Lordco Auto Parts lane, the racer out of Kelowna, up against Dan Rodrigue in the Boo 1981 Chevy Malibu. So, in the consistency side of things, in qualifying, it has been Dan Rodrigue. Rodrigue coming in as your number 4 qualifier, which usually means, hey, you're going to get a little bit of an easier time in round number 1. But with J.R. Lazick having problems getting that Nova hooked up in qualifying, Lazick sneaking into the field in the number 13 spot, means he is facing off in round number 1 competition against your defending Smoke, Fire, and Thunder winner in that Malibu, presented by Ken Specialty Automotive, Milron Truck Body, Raw Metal Works, and Color Compress Corporation. The JS Power Gen 3 Speed 63 Chevy Nova, as both racers purging the nitro system. 598 cubic inches of big block Chevy for Dan Rodrigue, up against 632 cubic inches of big block Chevy for J.R. Lazick, which when they've got this thing to hook up so far this weekend, it has been a flyer. And Rodrigue also a 440 player, qualifying into the field with a 449, and again coming in as your number 4 qualifier in MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275. Both crew members guiding their cars into the beams, as this one is a toss-up to see how this one is going to go down. If it will be the racer in the Lordco Auto Parts lane going on to round number 2, or if it's the racer in the TCS lane. So Jordan Brandon in that Camaro out of Sherwood Park, Alberta, and Trevor Mulder from Carstairs, Alberta. Trevor has really struggled to try and get that race car down the racetrack. Jordan Brandon has won pretty much everything there is to win in Outlaw 275 competition so far in 2023. Both racers pre-staged, building up the boost in both lanes. Mulder had the reaction time advantage, but Jordan Brandon driving around him as Mulder had to click it off early. 54 with a 167.72 miles an hour, and a 561 with a 1, shutting off early at 104 miles an hour for Trevor Mulder. And 033 light for Trevor. He was ready at the tree, a 116 light for Jordan Brandon. But unfortunately for Trevor, again, having to click it off early. So Jordan Brandon's going to move on into round number 2 of competition. So you can see the original pairings up there on the big screen and on the live stream at home as we'll get ready to roll into some limited street elimination action brought to us by Golf and Fraser. So there's your updated Outlaw 275 ladder. You can see that Jordan Brandon will face off against Rick McLeod, Dan Rodrigue against Jason Gagnon, Scott Schulhauser and Steve Skokin on the other side of the ladder, and Justin Gallant and Chris Houston. The face off in round number 2 of competition is backing up from the burnout in limited street action. Getting the bye run by virtue of the ladder, Max Nielsen, your number 1 qualifier from Sturgeon, Alberta. So, again, getting ready to make this run for your number 1 qualifier in limited street, Max Nielsen, the runner-up at Door Wars. No problems getting down the TCS side of the racetrack. 5:23 with a 134.69 miles an hour for Max Nielsen. So Nielsen with the freebie essentially in round number 2 of competition. Again, being your number 1 qualifier in Golf and Fraser Limited Street. And coming up next, it'll be Jason Gibson and the TCS side of the racetrack, up against William Wood from Langley. And man, if you were here last night, Will had a huge wheel stand, putting that thing up on the back bumper and came down with a relatively hard landing. Good to see that they've got everything checked over in that race card, ready to go for round number 1 of eliminations. They sat out the final qualifying session just to make sure that everything was good to go here heading into eliminations, as final purge of the Nitro system for Jason Gibson out of Surrey, William Wood out of Langley over there in the black fox-bodied Mustang and the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. So a huge reaction time advantage for Jason Gibson. He's going to carry that out to the stripe. 5:28 with a 6, 130 miles an hour, and a 5:40 with a 329 miles an hour. But when your reaction time starts with a 4, that is never a good thing. And an 091 light, well, not too shabby, but that looks spectacular in comparison, unfortunately, to William Wood over there in the far side of the racetrack. Firefighters over here in the tower side starting to make their way through the grandstands with their boot for the boot drives. So make sure you donate to the Mission Fire Department and their muscular dystrophy boot drive. As it'll be Justin Gibson. We saw Jason just make a pass down the TCS lane to move on into round number 2 of eliminations. Now it is Justin's turn. And he is going to go up against Matt Black in that 1994 Jeep Cherokee. Yeah, you heard me correct. The 1994 Jeep Cherokee. Obviously, they've converted that thing to rear wheel drive. Quick purge of the nitrous for Justin Gibson. As Matt Black already bumping in the Jeep. Both racers staged. Justin with reaction time advantage carries it out to the stripe. 5:31 with a 4, 129 miles an hour. Still a decent run for Matt Black over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. A 5:86 with a 3, 121 miles an hour. As it'll be Vanessa Richards, your defending West Coast Outlaws Limited Street champion. The racer out of Kelowna in the Okanagan up against Cade Shirk. Shirk trying to play giant killer in this one. As Richards, your number 2 qualifier in that Ford Mustang, or 1989 Fox body that she calls the Hawaii 5.0. Of course, play on the 5-liter engine package that you could get originally with the Fox body. You can see purging the nitro system there for Richards' power out of her choice. Cade Shirk over there in the Lordco lane in that 1999 Chevy S10, getting backed up from the burnout with some assistance from Dad Derek. As Cade, again, last-minute addition to the limited street field and seeking in qualifying-wise with his best run of the weekend so far in the last qualifying session earlier this afternoon, which was weirdly in the heat of the day, and Cade saving his best run for last. So we'll see if he has anything to try and dispatch of the higher qualified card, Vanessa Richards, as she is bumped in. We are good to go. Reaction time advantage to Richards, and it is going to be finish line advantage to Richards. 5:21 with a 3, 133 miles an hour for Vanessa Richards. So far, that's low ET of the round for the Hawaii 5.0 Mustang. So Richards will be happy with that run for the racer out of Kelowna. And up next, Chris McGraw in Flipper from Abbotsford, his 1990 Ford Mustang, up against Bobby Ehlers. Ehlers is 1989 Ford Mustang that he jokingly calls Chevstang. It's got the LS power plant, a little bit of a nitrous assistance on that machine. Is Chris McGraw, who's been pretty much with the Limited Street Gang since the inception of the category. It's a quick purge of the nitrous for Bobby Ehlers, who has been a little bit wheel stand prone with that car, but they have done some suspension work in that to try and calm that down, and he's made some solid runs. Went into the 5-second zone in his last pass in qualifying, as we'll get ready for McGraw and Ehlers. Looks like the final pair in Limited Street. It was a seesaw run to the finish line, but both racers having problems, and McGraw able to drive back around Bobby Ehlers. McGraw spinning the tires right on the hit and then managing to get that car to hook back up. Ehlers having his own problems over in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, and that allowed McGraw to drive back around in 5:73 with a 0, 129 miles an hour, 6:19 with the 3. At 114 miles an hour for Bobby Ehlers, the losing effort over there on the far side of the racetrack for the racer out of Maple Ridge. So, seeking one Outlaw 275 competitor that unfortunately did not make the qualifying field. Parm-Joanna going to get a test hit in at the tail end of round number 1 of eliminations for Outlaw 275 and limited street actions. Looks like we got 2 motorcycles coming up after this, and we'll head into Real Street. Elimination round number 1, the bracket class for street legal cars. Part of the West Coast Outlaws is Parm-Joanna, who was unable to really get that car hooked up in qualifying, and part of the reason why he unfortunately couldn't make it into the qualifying field for Outlaw 275. Running straight and true down the Lordco Auto Parts lane, 5:00 with a 253 miles an hour for Parm-Joanna. Getting an A to B pass in on the weekend. Unfortunately, it comes after qualifying is complete. There is your ladder going into round number 2 of Gulf and Fraser Limited Street. It'll be Max Nielsen up against one of the Gibson family members, Jason. Then it'll be Vanessa Richards getting the bye run into the semifinals. And then Justin Gibson and Chris McGraw. A little bit of a typo there. Should be McGraw facing off with Gibson in the second round of eliminations, deciding who is going to get in there. Tension in the pits, non-electronics. National Tire non-electronics. We need you into the lanes. So once again, National Tire Non-Electronics, we need you guys into the lanes, and Rad Torque Electronics, you are on standby. So Rad Torque Electronics, this is your standby call. National Tire Non-Electronics, this is your call to the lanes. Steve Abusini, the CBR up against the Hayabusa of Rob Aston. Aston from Calgary, Abusini from Port Coquitlam, over in the TCS side of the racetrack. Two very quick street-tired motorcycles, and Aston's going to get to the finish line first with a 764 with a 283.37 miles an hour. And unfortunately, Abusini with some problems had to abort the run. Gets through to the top end with a 1394 with a 5 at 60 miles an hour. We're going to get ready for round number 1 of eliminations for Real Street, as these racers having to dial in their times like you've seen with some of the other categories that we've had here, like electronics and non-electronics. We'll turn things back to Chrissy to take us through Real Street eliminations.
Thanks, Cole. Jerry's OK Tire, Real Street. Coming up next, part of the West Coast Outlaw series. First round of eliminations here in Real Street. Don't forget to fill those firefighters' boots out there for muscular dystrophy. They're out there with their boot drive. Open your wallets for our Mission Fire Department. Joel Smith in the TCS lane and the Jerry's OK Tire RPM alignment Zapstrap Racing 71 Pontiac is going against Brian Litvin, part of the Londonderry Outlaw Car Club in Edmonton, in that 05 Chrysler, dialed in at 11.34. Joel at 10.35. You can see Joel's car just lift up and spin, but can he track him down? I'm not sure. Unfortunately, no at 11.44 at 107 with a 2. Brian moving on.
And we should say, for all races coming up, obviously Mission Raceway Park is a left side dial racetrack, but with it getting a little bit more dark out, to make sure that your dial in is legible for us up here in the tower. So make sure that the dial in is nice and big on the driver's side window for our tower staff.
In the tower lane, in the silver chiclet, 67 Chevy 2 going against Chad McKenzie from Edmonton. In the 08 Dodge called Flash. Mike Stewart, sponsored by Ken Specialties. Bucky's Mini Excavating and Gibson's Transmission. A big old red for Mike. So Chad McKenzie moving on into the next round of Jerry's OK Tire Real Street. Rob Klein-Beekman from Edmonton, Alberta, in the 72 Chevelle in the Lordco lane. He calls his car Bandit, another member of the Londonderry Outlaws, going against Real Piccolero from Coquitlam, 1955 Chevy, sponsored by Bel Air Stainless. Nice lift off. He's chasing after him. Attention in the pits, Canada West Doorslammers. You are on a 20-minute standby. Doorslammers, a 20-minute standby. Now, Rob, oh man, 11 thousandths off his dial. So it's Real Piccolero moving ahead at 10:20 at 1:24. We've got Rob Monroe Sr. in the 31 Model A, running a 414 small block Chev, going against Andrew Camello from Edmonton, Alberta, in that 68 Chevelle he calls Stickler. Part of the Londonderry Outlaws. It looks like our starter has seen something he does not like and stopping this pass at the moment. Don't forget, we got a lot of racing to come, folks, as well as the Darkside Top Fuel Fire Up in the pits. That will be going on. And, of course, Darkside Top Fuel Dragster and the Tomahawk Jet Funny Car making a pass later tonight when it gets a little darker. Rob Monroe Sr., Andrew Camello. Rob Monroe Sr. chasing after Andrew Camello down to the top end. And he got it. Rob Monroe moving on into the next round of 9.24, 124. Real Street sponsored by Jerry's OK Tires. We have a Sean Langley from Linden, Washington in the 69 Mach 1 called the Hustler going against Tom Turand in the Kraken sponsored by Daytona Motorsports and Boulder Designs. Car versus bike here in Real Street. The head starts going to Sean, but here comes Tom Turand. Watch out, quarter mile racing here. Smoke, fire, thunder. Can he do it? He can. Wow. Sean Langley breaking out. And Tom Turand moving ahead in 8.66, 143 with a 2. Here's Rob Monroe Jr. with that new 423 cubic inch short block in that 69 Acadian going against Scott Kolodachuk in his car called Snoop. 1991 Mustang, ready at 395. The Acadian with a 385 or a 423 short block Steve Schmidt motor, who is moving into the next round. It is Rob Monroe Jr. Scott breaking out a 10.72 at 118 with a 9.4. Rob Monroe moving on into the next round. All right, just a reminder to our spectators, when you're walking through the staging lanes, the cars have the right of way. You've got to keep a lookout for the race cars, okay? And we're at that time of night now. If your race car has headlights, can you please turn your headlights on while you are racing? Smoke, fire, and thunder here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. So glad to have you out here with us on the Saturday edition. A ton more racing now. I tell you, we were racing into the wee hours last night. I'm talking midnight. And we have a lot more racing action to come here. Smoke, fire, and thunder. So glad to see you out here. Shout out to everyone on the live stream. We hope to see you live and in person. Come hang out with the cool kids here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Couple reminders here. Have you scanned that QR code at the Titanium tent? It's a $500 giveaway. So grab your phone and go scan that code. You could be the big winner of 500 smackaroonies. Also, we've got some awesome food trucks behind the spectator side there. G's Donaires and Yardy's Grill. I've heard nothing but rave reviews, so if you've got the munchies, you need a little snack, check out the food trucks, or maybe you want to check out the concession stand. I highly recommend the fries and gravy, absolutely delicious. And the chicken strips, as well as they have Slurpees, you guys. They've got some slushies there in the concession stand. Say hi to Clara for me and grab yourself a slushie. As well as the Pro Shop, lots of cold drinks, some cool Smoke, Fire, and Thunder shirts. They've got tank tops, t-shirts, and hoodies. And boy, oh boy, they are styling. I see you guys wearing them, and they look really, really cool. So there in the Pro Shop, say hi. They have also got some other merchandise on sale. And, of course, the old Door Wars hoodies are on a pretty good sale as well. So if you're looking for some swag, for some merch, check it out at the Pro Shop. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get the box cars to the back of the lanes, please? Box Electronics, we need you to come to the lanes, please. Rolling in now to the National Tire non-electronics. Another elimination round. We've had a lot of cars in non-electronics. I think we started with around 80 in this class. So well-represented class here at Mission Raceway. It's Dustin Hunter, and it's Falcon Fast dialed in at a 912. Chris Stone in the 68 Dodge running 440 Mopar power dialed in at a 1008. He's sponsored by Stone Cold Racing. Going red. Tough break for Chris Stone. Dustin Hunter moving on, and it's Falcon Fast at 9.15 at 146 with a 2. All right, if you're in the finals for Super Shifters and Super Combo, we need you to the lanes, please. The finalists for Super Combo and Super Shifters, please make your way to the lanes. It's Mark Bresinger here in the 64 Nova. Grant Gordon in the 69 Dodge, sponsored by 4Cycle Customs. Mark, very patient, see if we can get around him. Yes, he can. Holy moly. A 9.58 at 139 with a 2. Carson Barlow, Towerside, going against Derek Johnstone from Cloverdale in the 66 Chevy. Here, eliminations round of non-electronics, sponsored by National Tire. And Carson Barlow breaking out at 8 thousandths off the dial, and that allows Derek Johnstone to move ahead into the next round. Sean attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get electronics and the finalists for Super Shifters and Super Combo to the lanes, please? Electronics, Super Combo, and Super Shifters, please, to the lanes. It's Sean Langley from Linden, Washington, Towerside. And that Malibu in the other lane. Not sure why this gentleman's name's not coming up, but he goes red. Sean Langley with a free ride into the next round.
Just had a missing wallet turned in to the tower. Only thing it's got is a B mode card. So if you're missing a wallet with only a B mode card in it, you can come on up to the second floor of the timing tower and claim your wallet.
John Van Capel in the tower lane, 1966 Chevy 2, dialed in at 958, going against Daryl Tippy. The 1962 Chevy 2, so it's a Chevy 2 battle here. He's sponsored by Horizon Paint and Auto Body Supplies. Daryl dialed in at a 1071, and John a 958. Bulbs are lit. And double green, a big liftoff for John Van Capel, chasing after Daryl to the top end, and it is John Van Capel moving on. Daryl Tippy breaking out off his dial. 961 at 138 with an 8 for John Van Capel. Lorenz Schwartz, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group and Bubba Speed Shop. The king of the track last year. Solo pass for him here. All right, Lorenz getting the free pass into the next round. Did go 005 red, but it doesn't matter, folks. 10.21, 132 with a 3-4, Lorenz Schwartz.
So again, getting down to the nitty-gritty here on Saturday of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder here at Mission Raceway Park. And like to make sure that your finalists that we call are heading down to the lanes or are already into the staging lanes so that we can continue to roll on in. Of course, don't forget, full NHRA Summit T-Series race coming up tomorrow here at Mission Raceway Parks. There's some more racing action as well as eliminations for the Canada West Doorslammers. We're going to have their final qualifying session coming up in a little bit here this evening as well. There's a great shot up in the big screen there, the Mission Raceway Park quarter mile. And again, Valley Tech Productions helping us out with the production and filming duties here at Mission Raceway Park. They put on the free live stream on YouTube throughout the 2023 season with their static cameras. Then for our bigger races, of course, come in and put on this multi-camera setup with all the roving cams and put on a great job here throughout the weekend at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, of course, brought to us by Lordco Auto Parts with over 100 locations across BC. Go to lordco.com to find a location near you. You can head to @Lordco Auto Parts across their various social media channels on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Smoke, Fire, and Thunder here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways. Be rolling into the Rad Torque Systems Electronics. Don't forget, we've got the Darkside Top Fuel Fire up in the pits. I was there yesterday when they fired up, and man, oh man, that is something there. Shout out to the Mission Fire Department having their lights going there. They're walking around and have their boot drive for muscular dystrophy, so be sure to open your wallet for them, and if you have done so already, we thank you very much. Lots more racing action. Of course, the Tomahawk Jet Car and the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster making a pass a little bit later.
So attention in the pits, Jamie Roth, your finalist, one of the finalists. In the BC Super Shifters, we need you to the lanes immediately. Again, Jamie Roth, we are waiting on you in the lanes. We need you to the lanes ASAP. And attention in the pits, Canada West Doorslammers, Canada West Doorslammers, Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Canada West Doorslammers, we need you to lanes 2 through 5. Canada West Doorslammers to the lanes 2 through 5.
Just a reminder, folks, if anybody finds a cell phone or a wallet, and we're good Canadian kids, bring it on down to the tower so we can reunite it with its owner. We've had several people coming in looking for their cell phones and their wallet, so please do the right thing. Bring it to the tower. If you do find something that isn't yours and is valuable, bring it on up here because it's definitely valuable to the owner. of that item. So thank you so much for that. We've got a couple final rounds coming up. The BC Super Shifter and BC or Super Combo final rounds. Then we've got a semifinal in Rad Torque Systems Electronics coming up.
So for these racers in the later rounds, it has been a long day for them as well as qualifying, kicking off around 9 o'clock this morning. They've sat through multiple rounds of qualifying in some cases, then going round after round in eliminations as we continue to whittle down the field. And you got some massive car counts here this weekend. Of course, you mentioned 45 cars currently qualified for the Canada West Doorslammer field, as well as a 78-car field in non-electronic that we started off with for National Tire. So to make it this far in eliminations, these racers definitely deserve this one, as it looks like our electronics class starting to make their way up. We'll double check on that. So, Chrissy, looks like it'll be the semifinals coming up here. We'll turn things back over to you to take us through continued eliminations here at Mission Raceway Park.
Thanks, Cole. It's semi-final action here in Rad Torque Systems Electronics. Kevin McNichol on the Tower Lane, the 1967 Nova, sponsored by Lordco, Titanium Auto Group, and Ken Specialty Auto. Kevin's dialed in at a 10.06, going against Jeff Bell from Oliver, 1976 Dodge, running 455 Mopar power, dialed in at a 9.64. Semi-final action here, electronics. Bell breaking out, so Kevin McNichol moving on at 10.09133 for Kevin, moving into the finals. In the Lordco lane, double classing, also in Super Combo, going against Chris Stone, sponsored by Stone Cold Racing. Chris dialed in at 10.08. Keith a 9.90. Can he catch up? Wow, Keith Peterson, 9.91 at 154 going into the final round. Great. Attention in the pits, Top Fuel Harley, you're on standby. Pro Mod and Top Fuel Harleys, you are on standby. Pro Mod and Top Fuel Harleys, you are on standby, please. Yeah. Super Shifter finals here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. We have Jamie Roth in the Tower Lane, the 1964 Comet. He's from Langley, dialed in at a 999, and it's Scott Winterbottom in the Lordco lane. Who will be the winner here? And it's Jamie Roth. A 006 reaction times. Congratulations. Let's see it in the replay, the ValleyTech replay. Wow. Look like Scott having a little bit of a wild ride there in the Lordco lane, but congratulations. The winner of Super Shifter is Jamie Roth. Here's another final, you guys. It's Super Combo. Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo final round here. Warren Jacobson, Tower Lane, 1967 Chevy 2. He's from Mission, going against Mark Downing in the Lordco lane from Maple Ridge. This is it, the final round here. Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo. And here's how we got here, folks. The ladder up on the big screen. Final round. Who will it be? Warren Jacobson or Mark Downing? And they're off. Who will it be in the final round super combo? It is Warren Jacobson. Mark Downing breaking out 003, a heartbreaker, but congratulations to Warren Jacobson and the crew there with the 67 Chevy 2. You are the big winner of Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo. Wow, great racing action here. Smoke, fire, and thunder on the titanium strip at Mission Raceway. Don't forget, Badass Garage have those balloons for sale for $5. It comes with a Hot Wheels car, and all the proceeds go to the Junior Racing Program. So what a great deal and a great cause. Go get yourself a balloon and a Hot Wheels car only for $5. A ton more racing to come, folks. And I'm not joking. We've got the Hard Knox Stunt Show coming up later. The Darkside Top Fuel Dragster. The Tomahawk Jet Funny Car. Now, if you were here earlier and you saw those passes, whoa. That jet car, it is something else. The last time you went, we had in the tower here, not only are our windows feel like they're going to blow out, we had stuff falling off of the walls. It was amazing up in here. Our assistant race director trying to scramble, get things off the walls so they didn't fall on us. So some great jet car action coming up.
Yeah, our VP Race Fuels Mad Scientist bobblehead almost lost its life there from up on the wall. Is again a great show for the Tomahawk Jet Dragster. Is hello to everybody on the live stream. Get a look at us up here in the tower. And, of course, the Rad Torque Systems signage below us. Rad Torque Systems bringing us electronics this weekend here at Mission Raceway Park. And, man, oh, man, they have been a huge supporter of drag racing, not only here at Mission Raceway Park, but across North America, really also sponsoring Dallas Glen, the NHRA Pro Stock side of things. Is the lights coming on here at MRP, and we are, again, getting down into eliminations in some categories, continuing with qualifying and trying to whittle down some of these field and already crown some winners for Saturday here at Mission Raceway Park in the Titanium Auto Group Strip. And, of course, a big thanks going out to the Titanium Auto Group. They have stepped up huge here in recent years, and MRP, of course, jumping on board as the naming rights sponsor last year. And the beer garden still up and running, still got the tunes cranked, keeping us all entertained in between rounds here as we can't wait for these finalists and have, of course, Canada West Doorslammers already heading to the lanes. Again, they need to be in lanes 2 through 5 as they make their way up for their final qualifying hit. We can see some of the Doorslammer competitors making their way to the head of staging as we speak. So Canada West Doorslammers getting ready to roll off here in just a few moments here at Mission Raceway Park, again, for their final qualifying hit of the night. So Canada West Doorslammers in 2023 has had exceptional car counts for their very fast dial-in Doorslammer category. Of course, you have to have 2 functioning doors in the car. The car has to have a roof, and it has to run quicker than an 870 with a 0 to get into the field. And unfortunately, one car still going into this session not running quicker than that 870 that they need to get into the show. That is Anthony Katnick's Mustang, ran an 875. But with these cool track conditions, trying to come out for that final pass, and all these racers trying to maybe improve a little bit, heading into eliminations tomorrow and help their case when it comes to pairing up in round number 1. And again, with that massive field, any break that you can possibly get yourself here in qualifying is going to be much appreciated. So our first pair in the final round of Canada West Doorslammer qualifying is going to be Paul Soares, that 1995 Pontiac Capit-sponsored machine, backing up from the burnout, and he is going to face up against Jason Field, that small tire node that's been a consistent 8-second player. And over recent years, Jason's got that thing pretty dialed in there, the Ritchie Race Engines powered machine, and it's like Jason right now is struggling to get that car to back up from the burnout. And unfortunately, it looks like Jason is going to have to idle his way down the Lordco Auto Parts lane, so a tough break for Jason Field. So it'll now be a single pass for Paul Soares. So Jason Field will make his way off the end of the racetrack, and we'll get ready for Paul Soares to make a single now to kick things off for Canada West Doorslammers, presented by Winter Harbor Marina and RV, and of course Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, your weekend sponsor for Canada West Doorslammers. Soares going 0.33 on the tree and getting to the top end with an 8.03 with a 2, 170.33 miles an hour. As with 2 side-by-side smoky burnouts, it is the pair of 55 Chevys. Derek Shirk, the TCS side of the racetrack, backing up his machine. The Bel Air up against Corey Stewart from Campbell River. Shirk from Langley, man behind the Titanium Auto Group, Bubba's Speed Shop. And here defending Smokefire and Thunder, Canada West Doorslammers winner from last season in that car. See that racers are starting to put in their dial-ins in the side and their electronic dial-in boards, obviously not coming into play until eliminations, but getting an idea of what they are trying to run and trying to get dialed in for eliminations to see how close they can get to that dial. Derek with the 782 on the side of that 55 Chevy that started out pretty shiny at the start of the year. Fortunately had a little bit of a starting line incident, and Derek, instead of painting the car, said, hey, I kind of like that Rat Rod battle-scarred look. So the Battle Wagon Bel Air is going to get ready to take on the TCS side of the racetrack. And again, a solid 780 player. And Corey Stewart trying to break into the 7-second zone. He's been mired in the 8.0s for most of the weekend. So Shirk getting off it early, and at the top end of the racetrack, Corey Stewart into the 7s. What can I tell you? 797, 169.62 miles an hour. So Stewart saving his best run of the weekend thus far for qualifying. 797 with a 6, final round of qualifying, that is. As backing up from the burnout, looking a little bit like Jungle Jim Lieberman speed-wise, that is Johnny West. No, not that Johnny West. John West. Out of Port Alberni, that 1957 Chevy. The Kinsley Trucking J&L Drive-In Lordco Auto Parts sponsored machine. And he will face off with a fellow Vancouver Islander, Otto Schulte from Black Creek in his 2005 Chevy Cavalier. Otto for a long time ran a Ford Falcon in bracket racing competition before stepping into the Canada West Doorslammers in this blue Cavalier. Both racers staged. See West car kind of driving towards the center line. He's going to have to get out of it. Otto Schulte gets to the top end with a 751 with a 281 miles an hour for Otto over there in the TCS side of the racetrack. And again, John West clicking it off early, a 10 at 21 with a 3 at 74 miles an hour for John West. So Peter Lekanis, the Transporter's logistics machine, is going to square off against Ray Bollinger. Bollinger from Maple Ridge, Speedtech USA, just mechanical, 1969 Chevy Camaro. It's going to go up against Lekanis from Coquitlam. And that Transporter's logistics machine, the Corvette that Peter has stepped into in recent years, went to the final of the Langley Loafers weekend just a few weekends ago here at Mission Raceway Park. Had the parachute come out on the launch. Well, a 007 light for Peter Lekanis. Ray Bollinger is going to get to the finish line first for bragging rights. An 8:29 with a 162.69 miles an hour. 8:59 with a 256. Mike Sapiri, that blown GTO, 1969 GTO. And again, has been extensively reworked in the last few years. And that black paint job up against Brad Powell. Powell, the 67 Chevelle. In the Lordco Auto Parts lane, you can see that Sapiri elected to take a little bit longer burnout, so Brad and his crew waiting until Mike is backed up before they signal him to start the burnout procedure. So you can see Brad stopping just shy of the Christmas tree. He's going to hustle up the backup procedure, which is rather quick for Brad. Both racers will, in theory, line up at the start line pretty much the same time. Powell out of Linden, Washington, up against Sapiri from Abbotsford. So Sapiri trying to go into the 7-second zone as they've been trying to get that car through the shake zone for 60 feet. Really has been the struggle for Sapiri. He's had to pedal it on several occasions as Powell is pre-staged, waiting on the GTO to come in. And Powell is now going to flicker on that bottom ball. You can see Sapiri again having to pedal it, still drives it through, and a 790 at 173 miles an hour. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. West Coast Pro Modifieds, West Coast Pro Mods. We need you guys to the lanes. West Coast Pro Modifieds to the lanes. So Mike Sapiri gets into the 7-second zone of the 790 with a 0-173 miles an hour, and 838 with a 659 miles an hour for Brad Powell. A little bit of a wisp of smoke at the top end of the racetrack, which is why the red lights are on. A little bit of starting line work going on right now with the broom. Shouldn't be anything too major at the moment. So again, coming into this session, 45 cars attempting to make it into the Canada West Doorslammer field. And John DeYoung, currently your quickest qualifier with a 672 with a 4, 676 with a 3 for Rod Leclerc, putting him in the number 2 position. Several drivers already improving on their previous best qualifying runs heading into this session. Brad Powell, one of those racers that improved, running a 838 with a 6. Previous best run was an 840 with a 3. One of the previous rounds of qualifying. Mr. Stewart going from the number 26 spot, not improving on his position, but improving on his elapsed time with 797 from earlier on in the qualifying session. So again, the nighttime is the right time here in this final qualifying session. They're going to be running eliminations for Canada West Doorslammers coming up tomorrow as part of the NHRA Summit ET Racing Series event. Is again just a tiny bit of cleanup work going down on the starting line. You can see the mops out. They're putting just a little bit of the traction compound down as we got our next pair lined up. Getting ready in the water box. Quad is out on the top end at the moment. Again, just giving the quick once over. Looks like it is coming straight back down the racetrack. The Lordco Auto Parts side of things it'll be Darren Buick and Scott Robinson once we get things cleaned up. And good to go. So Buick, that Chevy 2. You can see he's got that thing dialed in with a 862. Again, seeing how close he can run to that in the final round of qualifying as he heads into eliminations tomorrow here at Mission Raceway Park. Scott Robinson, former Doorslammer champ. Over on the far side of the racetrack, everything is A-OK at the top end, so they're going to get the signal to fire it up and roll into the water box to get the burnout started and get ready with Robinson over there in the AFD Petroleum, Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque, AccuCut Lasers, Chevy Beretta. Trying to go into the 770-second zone. Robinson's best run so far this weekend heading into this session, a 770 with a 5 at 176 miles an hour. And Darren Buick, 864 with a 4 heading into this session, trying to obviously step up their game. So Robinson trying to go into the 60s potentially, and Buick trying to maybe go into the 850s. Tension in the pits, remaining electronics competitors. We need you to the lanes. Box to the lanes. So an 082 light for Scott Robinson, and he's going to carry it through to the top end. Runs it with a 769 with a 9, just breaking into the 60s. 889 with a 6. So attention in the pits. Electronics are going to be canceling that call. Again, canceling the call to the lanes. Hold back in the pits. And non-electronics as well. You guys need to stay back in the pit area. Again, we're going to be canceling that call. Ray Rusciani from Kelowna on the TCS side of the racetrack. So red lights are on once again. So again, Scott Robinson continuing the trend of running his best run of the weekend here in the last session, running a 769 with a 9, just dipping into the 60s. So Howie Winklehorst, that 55 Chevy Bel Air, going to go up against, again, Ray Rusciani. Ray recently making the move from Ontario. It's made his home here at Mission Raceway Park after moving to the Okanagan. And Howie Winklehorst, that 55 Chevy Bel Air that's made his way through a few different car owners before Howie managed to get behind the wheel of that machine. How about an 028 light to an 027 light? Howie Winklehorst kind of skating around the racetrack over there. Got right towards the center line. Wisely got out of it in 879 with 122 miles an hour. Ray Rusciani in 825 with a 654.53 miles an hour, getting to the top end there with no troubles. But Winklehorst, again, that car right on the center line, starting to kind of wiggle around a little bit, and Howie having to get out of it. So Rusciani getting another solid run in under his belt, coming up just shy of improving of his best laps time of 825 with a 0, 825 with a 6 thou away from his previous best run heading into this session. Is once again the quad's going to go to the top end there for a quick look as Winklehorst's car was all over Lordco Auto Parts lane, so better play it safe than sorry, just to make sure that there is nothing in that lane before we send Dale Phillips, the racer out of Chetwynd, up against Lane Woolley, that 1970 Duster. So once again, to electronics and non-electronics competitors, we have canceled that lane call. So again, the weekend action here at Mission Raceway Park for the Canada West Doorslammers is brought to us by Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing. No matter where you are in the province, Greenlight Auto Financing is here to help you get approved on a vehicle with over 1,500 vehicles of all makes and models. We'll deliver your vehicle anywhere in BC. We can also fly you in and can drive your vehicle back home. Their finance team is dedicated to getting you approved through their large pool of lenders with options of no money down, located at 7179 Horn Street in Mission. You can get pre-approved from the comfort of your own home at greenlightautofinancing.ca.
Shout out to the Mission Fire Department. They've got their ladder truck out and it's full glory. Now look at that thing. They should have been at the glow party last night. Holy cow. Be sure to open your wallets for their boot drive, raising money for muscular dystrophy. Such a great cause, you guys. So when you see that boot, throw some cash in there and contribute to a great cause. Tons more racing action, of course. We've got the Tomahawk Jet Funny Car coming up a little later and the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster. And a whole ton more racing. Of course, we do it all again tomorrow, a big Wally race, in fact. It's quite exciting. So we hope to see you all back again tomorrow. But so good to see a great crowd here. I see the beer gardens is rocking away. They got the tunes cranked. So if you are 19 or older and would like to have an adult beverage, come on down to the beer gardens. The party is rocking. Shout out to everybody in the beer gardens. And to everybody out there in the stands, what a great night. Smoke, fire, and thunder here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. One of our biggest races of the year, folks.
I'm Kevin Ness, and this is Mission Raceway Park. Mission Raceway is a quarter-mile drag strip, a 9-turn 1.2-mile road course, an autocross track, a drift track, and even a motocross track. It's conveniently located in the city of Mission, BC, 1 hour outside of Vancouver. The facility sits at sea level, which gives it an advantage over many other tracks around, making it a record-setting place for many motorsports. If you already follow our socials, you know that in partnership with Titanium Auto Group, we're going to be giving one lucky subscriber the chance to win this 2006 Mustang GT. I know it looks stock right now, but this badass 2006 Mustang GT is going to be a legitimate street strip cruiser when we're done with it. The majority of you that watch the channel don't even subscribe to us, so now's your chance to go hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications while you're at it. The faster we get to 10,000 subscribers, the closer you'll be to cruising this GT down the Titanium Strip. So make sure to like and share this video with all your friends for the best chances of winning.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
At Gulf and Fraser, we're here to power your possible. Not power like a superpower with laser eyes. More like power with financial advice and spreadsheets. Oh yes. Because with great goals comes great responsibility. Something we've taken to heart for more than 80 years. When you have the freedom to live the life you want, that's when your possible becomes real. So let's talk. Gulf and Fraser. Power your possible.
At home with the live feed.
The little Ford Ranger, the vanishing one stunt team. And the wind light.
Association here looking for that outside line.
We are going to ramp it up big time from here.
Expecting pro competition.
A beauty.
$2,500 cash winning drive.
Really awesome. Share the replay. Glad about Valley Tech Production Group.
This is just the beginning, folks.
So the holdup currently is that looks like things are a little bit greasy down there at the top end of the racetrack, which is why you can see that they're just doing some work currently right now at the top end to make sure that everything is A-OK for the rest of the cars and bikes that make their way down the racetrack. Obviously want to make everything as safe as possible for our racers, so that is what is being tended to at the moment. Just as soon as we get the A-OK from over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, we'll get back to racing action. So again, just attending to the top end at the moment. And once that is all cleared up and good to go, we will continue rolling on with Canada West Doorslammers qualifying for Winter Harbor Marina and RV. Total Dairy Solutions, Greenlight Auto Sales, Paradise Homes, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Baco, Lance Racing, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Travelland RV, all helping out for the 2023 season for the Canada West Doorslammers. As we mentioned, 45 cars trying to get into the field. 44 cars are currently qualified for Canada West Doorslammer competition, so that beats their previous record that they set back during the Door Wars weekend for the most cars that they have ever had here in the property, Chrissy, and definitely a stacked field. Will be fun to watch going into eliminations tomorrow, as they're going to have a busy, busy day on their hands.
Going to be quite amazing, and shout out of course to Valley Tech Productions there. Hello everybody, you've got Cole and Chrissy up on the screen. I didn't think you could see through our dirty windows, but thank you so much for profiling us here. The announcers is Cole here, Cole Sorensen. I'm Chrissy Anderson, everyone here in the tower, and so glad you guys are out here with us tonight. And again, big thanks to Valley Tech Productions.
Hey, of course, Chrissy, they're professionals, so that's how they got us to, at least in focus and trying to cut out some of that glare up here on the screen. And yeah, look, Kevin Ness in that Titanium Auto Group ad here is Kevin helping out. And of course, we are going to be giving away that Mustang GT that you've seen throughout the ads. It is at the Titanium Auto Group tent, and getting a good look, not at our faces, but at the faces of you guys in the crowd. You guys having some fun out here tonight for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder and Lordco Auto Parts? Doesn't seem like you're having much fun. Hey guys, how about making some noise? You guys having some fun and enjoying yourselves so far? Night of the races here at Mission Raceway Park.
Man, there's a good looking crowd out there. We need to keep looking at the crowd, not up here in the tower, that's for sure.
It's got to keep making those windows dirtier and dirtier throughout the season goes on. As, again, just waiting on that cleanup right now at the top end of the racetrack. Shouldn't be too much longer. As, again, just a little bit greasy, the conditions being told from our track prep crew, and obviously want to get everything in optimal conditions, especially when you're running in excess of 200 miles an hour in some cases. These race cars definitely need all the traction help and need everything in prime racing condition. Don't forget, also, we're going to have, I believe, 2 more Hard Knocks stunt shows. They're still going to try and get this drift a semi-truck underneath of the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. So that is still on tap for tonight. We're also going to have the Tomahawk Jet Funny Car coming back, as well as the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster. Man, they're just up there on the big screen. Those guys are pumped already.
I like them. They're my BFFs already. Drifting with a semi now, as a former truck driver for 22 years, that's right up my alley. You know, I might be like, move over, man. Let me try.
You ever did that in the dump truck or the gravel truck back in the day?
Almost.
A few times probably going through lower mainland traffic, you had that thing locked up.
Well, I certainly never hit an overpass, I'll tell you that. Sorry, old trucker joke. Drifting semis coming up from the Hard Knocks Stunt Show.
They've still got one more thing up their sleeve that we won't fully give away quite yet. It should be pretty spectacular. Should have the fire element to smoke, fire, and thunder, of course, as well as the racing action coming up as well here at Mission Raceway Park. As we go into the nighttime here in drag racing under the lights is truly a great sight. Where you have it, especially here at Mission Raceway Park for Thunder on the River.
So we'll get through our Canada West Doorslammers and we'll be moving into Pro Mod and Top Fuel Harley. So that will be totally awesome. And of course that drifting semi, that's what I'm waiting for. Like, hello. Maybe I can be a passenger. I wonder if I can get the VIP experience in the semi. Big thanks to everybody out here today. You guys are amazing. We're having a great old time here. Smoke, fire, and thunder on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Can't wait to see the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster and the Tomahawk Jet Funny Car coming up. Just a reminder, be sure to scan that QR code at the Titanium tent. They're giving away $500, folks. Now, what you should do is actually go on Facebook and join their page because they give away the hard cash every week, folks. Just hit like and share or whatever they need you to do there, and you could be the big winner, some cold, hard cash.
Just part of all the great giveaways. I believe the Pro Shop is still open to get your Smoke, Fire, and Thunder merchandise, and the Half-Track Snack Shack still available at your service, as well as the food trucks, which are going to be open for a little while longer over in the spectator side of things. The Yardie Grill and G's Donaires up there. I know Shelby, one of our tower staff, sampled some of the G's Donaires eats and said that they were A-okay. They checked out fine. All right, well, that sounds a little bit better. Sound of race cars. As the next pair of Canada West Doorslammers fires up, and it is going to be Lane Woolley over in the Lordco Lane, that 1970 Duster with the Hemi Power, and Dale Phillips out of Chetwynd in the 67 Shelby. So big smoky burnout there from Lane Woolley over in the Lordco Lane, and going for the shorter burnout, Dale Phillips from Chetwynd, who is a regular in top sportsman competition the last few big races here at Mission Raceway Park. He has made his home with the Canada West Doorslammers, trying to go rounds with that car. They were kind of struggling with it a little bit at Door Wars, only really got one good pass in, but Dale been consistently getting down the racetrack in the TCS side of things. Get another one of our 7-second players, and it is stacked when you get into the 7-second department in Canada West Doorslammer qualifying. Lane Woolley, a 770 capable machine over there in the Duster. So Phillips, who's been mowing down the tree all weekend long in qualifying, 768 with a 176 miles an hour and a 007 reaction time. Lane Woolley. Pause for burnout. Lane Woolley, 771 with a 777 miles an hour. In the Duster that just went down the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack is Rod Leclerc, finishing off the burnout in the 67 Camaro. It'll be Terry Langdon Davies in the 41 Willys. So Langdon Davies, his best run of the weekend so far, an 8:14 with a 664 miles an hour coming into this session. Rod Leclerc, currently your number 2 qualifier with a 676 with a 3. Set that all the way back in round number 1 of qualifying yesterday here at Mission Raceway Park, purging the nitrous system on that 67 Camaro. You got to know that he's from Vancouver Island. He's got the 2 lucky cans on the back, on the rear wing of that 67 Camaro, the M2 graphics machine that for a long time was like a powdered blue, or switching things up big time with his new combo and color scheme for Rod Leclerc. Langdon Davies has had that tried and true 41 Willys for a long time here at Mission Raceway Park, and Rod Leclerc again guided into the beams and getting ready to try and go into the 6s. Again, the red light doesn't matter as it is in qualifying. Langdon Davies, though, right over on the center line, 680 with a 6 at 202 miles an hour as Langdon Davies was flirting with disaster in the Willys. 894 with a 109 miles an hour early shutoff pass for Langdon Davies as he almost caught the 330-foot cone over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. So, backing up from the burnout, that is going to be Zach Joyce. Joyce, the 48 Austin, is going to face off against Jay Severson, the 1967 Acadian Canso, that they call Black Betty, JS Power Sports Machine. See, Joyce's car, trying to get that thing in gear, kind of jumped a little bit weird there on the starting line, but looks like no harm, no foul as Joyce will get that car and get ready to bring that machine up to the line and a face-off in qualifying against Jay Severson. Severson getting that twin-turbocharged Acadian in to the 7-second zone. Big mile an hour in the 190-plus region. Trying to get a little bit more in the ET department. As you can see, Joyce, supercharged Anglia, getting to the top end, and he is skating around there at a 797 with a 146 miles an hour and a 755 with a 785 miles an hour for Severston. He's going to get to the finish line stripe first. Joyce having to shut it off as that thing was dancing around at the top end.
In the tower side, it's Andy Hatton in that running that 584 big block Chev 1100 horsepower Steve Schmidt engine, running on methanol. The 1969 Camaro he calls the Grinch, sponsored by Bubba Speed Shop, Titanium Auto Group, and Taves Roofing.
So Dale Jansen, that 1966 Acadian Canso with small block Chevy, had problems on the starting line. In the last session, had to shut that thing off, but back, trying to get regrouped and ready to go for round number 2. You can see Jansen's car was really driving over towards the center line, and he also has to shut it off. A 947 with a 1 at 95 miles an hour, 1255 with a 6 at only 64 miles an hour. Hatton also having to shut off the Camaro, but a 002 reaction time for Andy Hatton. So when it comes time for eliminations, it could be a little bit wild and woolly as Devin Jansen and his 1970 Chevy Nova out of Armstrong up against Mark Thompson, the Marvel Racing 1954 Studebaker. So Devin Jansen already tripping on that top bulb in the Nova, and Mark Thompson trying to get a clean run down the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Is quite a few cars having trouble in this final session. Thompson looks to be straight down the center of the racetrack. He's going to get to the top end with a 7:59 with a 1 at 181 miles an hour for the Studebaker. Thompson improving on his 7:60 with a 2 from earlier on in the weekend. Tension in the pits. The black Freightliner in the staging lanes needs to be moved. Again, the black Freightliner in the staging lanes needs to be moved. So Dave Warren in his 1962 Chevy Bel Air, the Blue Max machine, getting backed up from the burnout, and Anthony Katnick is over in the Lordco lane, and Anthony is trying to get into the Canada West Doorslammer field. Katnick, currently his best run of the weekend, an 8:75 that came in the last session. But he needs to run quicker than an 8:70. So Dave Warren, again, has been flirting with the 7-second zone. In fact, has gone a 7:92, has unfortunately been mired in the 8.0s ever since he made that 7:90 pass. And Anthony Katnick trying to get her in the field on his final attempt, and has to run quicker than an 8:70 to be a part of the biggest Canada West Doorslammers field in history going into eliminations tomorrow. So Dave Warren carrying it through to the top end. He's going to get there first, obviously, and a 008 reaction time, coupled with an 8:00 with a 6, and unfortunately, I was going to say, Anthony Katnick is not going to make the field. A 9:35 with a 645 miles an hour for Anthony Katnick. Tension in the pits, Outlaw 275 for MDA Fabrication. You guys are on standby. Outlaw 275, round number 2 of eliminations. You are on standby. Of course, the Pro Mods in the lanes is Top Fuel Harley's on standby and already might have shown up in the lanes. So still some great action coming up here, and don't forget, still to see the second run under the lights of the Tomahawk Jet Funny car, as well as the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster. That is still to come tonight. So it is Cam Shantz in that 1937 Chevy, the supercharged machine. Mike McMahon in the 69 Camaro. So, Canada West Doorslammers exhibit courtesy staging, where you can't double bulb the competitor. So they'll back him out of the beams and try that again. Mike McMahon is in the field right now in that Camaro, the fuel-injected machine, 1969 Camaro with the classic-style injector stacks. And Cam Shantz, 1471 Supercharger for Shantz. That 37 Chevy from up north. All right, Outlaw 275, it was a short standby. We need you guys to the lanes. In Limited Street, you guys are on an equally short standby call. Outlaw 275, round number 2, to the lanes as we get ready for Cam Shantz and Mike McMahon. Shantz has had that 37 Chevy hooked up all weekend. 732 with a 2, 180 miles an hour, and 859 with 0, 156 miles an hour. Mike McMahon in the Chevy Camaro. So Mike already in the field. As Gordy Abagouche in the Corvette. Impressive burnout for the Tommy Guns Barbershop machine as he gets ready to back up from the burnout. The nitrous-assisted Corvette that is the first time that Gordy has run this car in 2023. Cam Shantz had his best run of the weekend so far with the 732 with the 2 on that last pass, 180 miles an hour. And Abagouche is currently trying to join in on the party in that one. So Gordy's best run heading into this final pass for him, a 795 with a 5 at 170 miles an hour, ran a slightly off pace, 812 in the heat of the day earlier on. In the previous Canada West Doorslammer qualifying sessions, run a little bit of spray to help with the power at Sonny's Race Engines machine. As Gordy Abagouche getting ready, already in the field. Again, trying to maybe move up a few spots or get that personal best down just a little bit in the vet. Another soft launch from Abagouche, and unfortunately, that thing was stumbling off the line. He is just going to coast down the Lordco Auto Parts lane. So that is going to do it for Canada West Doorslammers, their final qualifying session of the weekend. But don't go anywhere, because already underneath the Lordco Auto Parts bridge, we see the first West Coast Pro Modified getting ready to take on the 8th mile here at Mission Raceway Park. So this will be the last pass of the night for the West Coast Pro Modifieds, as they are going to get ready to head into tomorrow here. Trying to put on a show here on the Saturday at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. As the second half of the first pairing rolling under the bridge over in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. And Steve Nicholson, again, that 1963 Chevy Corvette, the split-windowed vet, with 959 cubic inches of Sonny's racing engine power plant. Again, a multi-time winner of the Streetcar Super Nationals and Outlaw 10.5 competition. He's running that smaller tire on the back, the Mickey Thompsons, for Steve Nicholson. So Steve Nicholson's going to face off against Chris Murphy over there in that 55 Chevy, the conventional Roots blower setup. That car is kind of a rarity these days in pro modified competition, where it's got a clutch in it. So the third pedal for Chris Murphy, who this time last year was just finishing off the licensing process, get back into pro modified competition. So again, we'll ask everybody at the starting line just take a step back from the wall. You can see the nose standing along the wall signs. So attention in the pits, Outlaw 275 to lanes 3 and 4, limited street to 5 and 6. And Real Street, your next round of eliminations, you're on a short standby. So Steve Nicholson completing the burnout, and then you can hear Chris Murphy's machine come to life. The supercharged 55 Chevy, the Wicked Flame job, that thing got the retro look to it. As Murphy completing the burnout, I love the cool functioning taillights on both of these race cars as Murphy will try and get that thing into reverse, backing up for the burnout. Ran a 4:33 on his first pass of this evening, which is his best run of the weekend so far, as they finally got that car to go A to B. They're kind of struggling keeping it right in the center of the racetrack, trying to sort out some suspension settings, but it looks like they've got things kind of turned around for Chris Murphy's machine as Steve Nicholson purging the nitrous system there from the Chevy Corvette. Again, Steve, very experienced in the world of small tire racing as a crew member at the back of the race car, adjusting the wheelie bar height that has become a crucial component of the tune-up in these pro-modified race cars, as well as the Outlaw 10.5 competitors. And see, in the last few years, you used to see the bullhorn-type exhaust like we see with the turbocharged cars on the nitrous cars, but they have switched over to the zoomy headers, making a lot more noise, and they put out those cool nitrous flames as well. As Chris Murphy, Brad Anderson Hemi supercharged that conventional root-style blower setup that for a long time was really the only legal pro-modified combo that you can run, as you can hear him bringing up the revs over there in the Lordco lane. Both racers pre-stage, here we go. Murphy right over on the center line, and 394, 182 miles an hour for Steve Nicholson. Nicholson's best run of the weekend so far, and there's the instant replay. As you can see, Murphy's car drove right over to the center line pretty much as soon as he hit the gas, and doing a good job to reel that machine in and bring it back over into the center of the racetrack, kicking up all the dust in the unprepped portion of the racetrack on the center line. 45 of the 9 early shut off at 112 miles an hour as Murphy tried to stick with it and guide that race car back into the center, but unfortunately having to shut that machine off. And Steve Nicholson, again, his best run of the weekend so far of that 394 with a 9, 182 miles an hour for that Chevy Corvette as we await the next pair, and it is side-by-side Washington State Pro Modified Racers. Ryan Hayward, currently the quickest car in the property, still down in the 372nd range in the 8th mile. And that Rare Morrison 1969 Chevy Camaro, and the supercharged combo again over in the Lordco side, a little bit different in terms of the power plant for Garrett Richards out of Tacoma, Washington, that 2012 Shelby. And that car is actually Ford-powered. A Boss Hemi for Garrett Richards over there on the far side of the racetrack for the racer out of Tacoma, Washington. The Walt Austin Racing Boss Hemi. Motor was originally developed for top alcohol competition in the late 90s, early 2000s, before the NHRA kind of nixed that idea. As you can see, the track crew again taking a look at that right lane as Murphy's car was right on the center line. A little bit of work going on right now with the mops and the traction compound and the spray down there right now as we speak. As I was saying, Walt Austin developing that for a top alcohol funny car competition for his son Pat to race with, and the NHRA kind of banning that. They had some spare parts and castings left over, and Garrett, about 10 years ago, was putting together a new, at the time, Pro Street setup and went over and got the Boss Hemi combo to go with that beautifully prepared Shelby 1000 Mustang. That thing is turned into a 382nd player. So, Ryan Hayward has made the switch over from running an Outlaw 10.5. We just saw a 10.5 tire car go down and run a 394 with Steve Nicholson. But Ryan Hayward has been in the 370s in that Camaro with that car with 10.5 tires in the back of it. Did that at the strip at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway during the Streetcar Super Nationals a few years back, and has been a big-time player in the West Coast of North America in Outlaw 10.5 competition. Recently slapped on those big tires on the back. So Hayward this weekend has already been in the 370s, was in the 380s pretty much all of Door Wars weekend here at Mission Raceway Park as he made the trip north of the border from Marysville, Washington. So you can see, unfortunately, a little bit of cleanup work going on there from Chris Murphy's car down the Lordco side of the racetrack. So they've got the brooms out as well as the spray, trying to make sure that everything is mopped up. So still a few more pairs. West Coast Pro Modifieds in the lane. Of course, Top Fuel Harley also on deck to come on up and make their passes. Here for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, presented by Lordco Auto Parts. And you'd see Chris Murphy's car again. It made that hard move over towards the center line, almost taking out the 330-foot cone before Murphy was able to kind of guide that thing back over. Coasted through to an early shutoff. 485 of the 9, 112 miles an hour. And again, no problems for Steve Nicholson. So again, when we get back up and running, the Code Blue Camaro of Ryan Hayward. And if you ever get a look at that race car in the pit area, beautifully presented machine. They actually, instead of painting the stripe or the Enco style stripe on that Camaro, they just left the carbon fiber from the body showing through with, looks like a clear coat or something over top of it to protect it, but it is a beautifully turned out race car. Same thing for Garrett Richards, and that thing is a very seasoned machine here in the Pacific Northwest, and it's turned into, this weekend at least, a 380 bracket car, been in the 380 zone pretty much every single pass that it has made down the racetrack so far. So some cleanup work still ongoing here at Mission Raceway Park. Just as soon as that is complete, we're going to go back to West Coast Pro Modified action for the folks at Chop My Rate, Pro Power Management, as well as Artex Racing, and everybody else that helps out the West Coast Pro Modifieds throughout the 2023 season. So you can see that the tractor is going to come out here for a quick scrape now that they've got most of the fluid mopped up. So lay down some rubber over there in the lane, then they'll have to spray down the right side of the racetrack. So still some work that needs to be done over there in the Lordco lane before we can get back to racing action. Again, the food trucks for the next 20 minutes or so still going to be open over on the spectator side. Again, the Pro Modified is going to be back for their final appearance at Mission Raceway Park for the 2023 season for the West Coast Outlaw Shootout, Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway Park. Also going to have the Outlaw 275 class, MDA Fabrication, Fraser, Gulf and Fraser that is, limited street action, and all the West Coast Outlaw classes in competition. So great way to end the fast door car season here at Mission Raceway Park. Also, the Canada West Doorslammer is back in action September 29th through October 1st here at Mission Raceway Park for the West Coast Outlaw Shootout. You can head to missionraceway.com for some more information on that, as well as future events here at MRP. So we get closer and closer, hard to believe, to the end of the racing season here at Mission Raceway Park, is at the tail end of August, almost into September. And of course, talked about it a few times with Chrissy, who is the announcer for the Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association. They've got their Rocco's Fall Nationals coming up on the 16th and 17th of September. Also, if you're looking at this saying, hey, maybe I want to get involved, take the streetcar down the strip, the Mopac Friday Night Street Legals, the perfect opportunity to do that here at Mission Raceway Park. You can head again to missionraceway.com for more information on upcoming events. You just got to pass tech inspection and have the necessary safety gear corresponding with how quick your car is going to run. You can again check out all those details at missionraceway.com.
Oh, I'll talk about it. I'm the Street Legals announcer, so come on down to the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. We've got 3 left, folks. September 1st, September 15th, and October the 6th. So you're not going to want to miss it. Come on down. Bring your ride. Even if you have a Tesla, we don't judge. In fact, those Teslas, they kick our butt. So bring it on down to the Friday Night Street Legals. We'd love to see you. Only 3 more left. Just took a wander down to get some water at the concession stand. The lovely Clara, Employee of the Year down there. And they'd love to see you. Barely any lineup when I was there. I just wanted to mention, though, folks, is we have race cars coming down these roads to go to the staging lanes. And I saw quite a bit of people not noticing, hey, there's a race car coming up behind you. So please be very aware. And you too, kids, lots of kids out there, you need to walk on the very side of the path, okay? Because those race cars are coming down and they're getting a little frustrated because they can't get through. So please be aware that the race cars have the right of way here, making their way to the staging lanes. Great to see you all out here with us tonight. Great racing action. Just a little cleanup here. We'll be back to pro mod action. West Coast Pro Mods. Be sure to go and grab a pro mod merch. Like, I grabbed a West Coast Pro Mod Zippy, and I wear that thing every day. It's so cool. Check it out. Get yourself a Zippy. Of course, the Pro Shop with all sorts of merch to have a little souvenir here of smoke, fire, and thunder. I also talked to the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster. Asked them how they're doing. They had a little fire up in the pits. If you got to see that, that's something else. Firing up that big bad boy. And they're getting all ready for their run at around 10 o'clock. So Darkside Top Fuel Dragster and the Tomahawk Jet Funny Car coming up here. Smoke, fire, and thunder on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Also, the Hard Knox Stunt team, they've got a special surprise. I'm not going to give it away, but it's going to be quite amazing. Those guys coming up as well. Shout out to everyone on the live stream, and big thanks to Valley Tech Productions helping us out with everything. The big screen is pretty awesome. And, you know, earlier I had a problem with my microphone, and I had to page them, help me, help me. And, you know, they came on over here, fixed my microphone with a big smile. So thanks so much, Valley Tech Productions. And all of our sponsors here, the Titanium Auto Group and Lordco Auto Parts, for sponsoring the live stream. We hope to see all of you guys on the live stream down here in the future. We want to see you. We want to meet you. Come on down and see it live and in person, because, you know, it's one thing to see these jet funny cars on a screen, and it's just another to witness it live. It's an experience, folks, and that's coming up. Tomahawk Jet Funny Car and the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster. On my way back through the pits, I also saw those mini donuts, the cappuccinos, iced coffees, and all of the yum there at the BS coffee shop. They said they'd be open for a while, so if you'd like to have some mini donuts or some of the iced coffees and delicious frappuccinos and mochachinos and all the chinos, they have all the whipped cream on top. I'm not a coffee drinker, so I really don't know what I'm talking about, but apparently they're delicious because everybody's walking around with one. So BS Coffee Shop open. Check it out. Looks like it's time to get back to the racing action.
Oh, yes. It's always a good sign when we hear the engines fire back up. Here comes Ryan Hayward into the water box. And you can barely hear that thing over Garrett Richards firing up the Mustang. Again, the screw supercharged Shelby Mustang over the far side of the racetrack, and the, I would say big, but it's more really massive cubic inch nitrous combination for Ryan Hayward. Ryan, 959 cubic inches of rare Morrison power with, oh, just a little bit of nitrous, few stages. And Garrett Richards, again, the screw blown, what do you say, screw blown versus a root supercharger. It comes down to the actual shape of the blades within the supercharger. A screw supercharger obviously has blades that are screw shaped, and it's really been a somewhat recent development in the world of superchargers, and have found a place in top alcohol competition and top alcohol dragsters and top alcohol funny cars, and recently have been allowed in NHRA Pro Modified competition for the first time. They've been in Outlaw Pro Modified competition, a fixture in that for quite some years now, as Garrett Richards' crew waving him in, and Ryan Hayward getting the okay signal, and you are good to put her into the beams. Richards double bulbing right off the bat. Here comes Hayward having to hurry up the staging process. Hayward having to shut it off. Not having to shut it off, though, is Garrett Richards. His best run of the weekend. 382 with a 7 at almost 200 miles an hour. 199.38 miles an hour for Garrett Richards in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, as that thing was hauling the mail for Garrett Richards. Both race cars with sub 1 second 60 foot times, a .993 for Richards and a .961 for Hayward. So that thing was on a pass until he had to shut it off over in the TCS side of the racetrack. A 528 with a 0 at 87 miles an hour, the end result of that. But fortunately, Hayward with the 378 from earlier on in the weekend, still at the top of the qualifying heap, as it'll be the battle of the turbocharged cars coming up next. Ryan Hayward, again, going down that last lane. It'll be Ryan Griffin in the Mustang, the 67 Mustang. And Ryan will be facing off against Eric Horvath out of Kelowna in his 1968 Pontiac Firebird. Eric in testing running a 402. That twin turbocharged Hemi power plant, propelling the Firebird down the racetrack for Tommy Gunn's Barbershop. And Ryan Griffin from Olympia, Washington. That 67 Mustang that we pointed out has the zoomy style headers, which is unique to pretty much this race car with the twin turbocharged setup. You can see the more traditional bullhorn setup on the side of Eric Horvath's race cars. You get a look inside of Ryan Griffin's machine. So, Eric Horvath, his company, Kelowna Classic Auto, known for high-performance custom tuning on their chassis dyno. Again, with that 521 cubic inch Hemi with the twin turbos, that is a new combination for 2023. Previously, they were running the twin turbocharged big block Chevy in that thing, as they have finally found the tune-up with that new combination. And Ryan Griffin, you got a good look at the inside the driver's compartment up on the big screen of that car as Ryan backed out from the burnout. Of course, they got the funny car style cage with the wraparound foam padding as well to help encase the driver in these race cars and offer the maximum protection. As Griffin getting ready. Both of these cars fairly quiet at idle, then you'll hear them build up the boost as soon as they turn on that pre-stage bulb and bump it in to turn on the bottom bulb in the Christmas tree. Unfortunately, it's going to be shutting them off in both lanes. Man, Ryan Griffin got right over to the wall on the TCS side of the racetrack. Here's the instant replay on that one. As you can see, Horvath's car, before he gets to the 60-foot mark, going right up into tire smoke, and Ryan Griffin tried to have a quick pedal over there in the TCS side of the racetrack and got right out by the wall, had to lift off of it, still goes through to a 523 over there in the TCS side of the racetrack. Looks like that is going to wrap things up for West Coast Pro Modifieds, but up at the ready line, we got ourselves our Top Fuel Harleys back for their nighttime session. Little 6-second, 200-plus mile an hour motorcycle action with nitro methane in the fuel tank of these motorcycles. Hey, before some of you actually go to bed before tomorrow's racing action, of course, you're not quite sleeping right now, but the Racers for Christ non-denominational chapel service happening Sunday morning on the 3rd floor of the timing tower at 8 a.m. Chaplain Jerry Lucky going to be delivering that service, being the salt and light is the subject. So again, the Racers for Christ non-denominational chapel service taking place Sunday morning, tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. on the 3rd floor of the timing tower. So you can see, just giving the once over the racing surface before we crank over the first pair of Top Fuel Harleys lined up and ready to go. And you notice that these motorcycles actually start with the riders off the bike. That is to help out in the case that the motor actually hydraulics if it turns over. So again, riders starting off the motorcycle until the bike is up and running. And as NHRA announcer Bob Fry pointed out, don't know what it makes, how it makes it safer to get on the thing once it's running, if you can't be on it when it starts up. In fact, Bob, back in the NHRA Today days, I should say, was actually here at Mission Raceway Park, saw Top Fuel Harleys, and said, man, even if you threatened me with an electric chair, I wouldn't get on one of those things. And again, if everything goes to plan, front tires going to be off the ground till at least the 8th mile mark, and these riders, instead of really steering these bikes, actually act as counterweight when they're on a really good pass, leaning off either side of the motorcycle at over 200 miles an hour. 215 miles an hour, top speed of the meet so far. That is roughly around 320 k an hour on one wheel. So both bikes firing up, and it is a battle of the Big Kids Racing Top Fuel Harleys. It's going to be Pete Waugh versus Nate Gagnon. Gagnon from Qualicum Beach and Pete Waugh from Nanaimo, the Rad Torque Systems motorcycles, a pair. Chop My Rate and Comox Valley Bobcat also helping out on Pete Waugh's machine. So it looks like it's going to be a single. Pete going to come up in the next run. And Nate Gagnon is going to go on a solo pass down the racetrack over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. And Nate has a cool feather under his cap, the 2012 FIM European World Champion in Top Fuel motorcycle. Pre-stage ball was lit, waiting to turn on that bottom bulb. Nate Gagnon first, Top Fuel Harley. And that thing went kaboom big time for Nate Gagnon. He's going to shut that thing off. You can see Nate not happy there as that thing had the flame not coming from the exhaust out the side of the motorcycle. So tough break for Nate as you'll get a look at that on the replay and see the flames coming out. The sparks is something letting go big time. On the Big Kids Racing Top Fuel Harley is Nate. Not the run he was looking for, and that thing again had a strong 60-foot number, 112 to 60 foot, and unfortunately that thing going boom just after he got past the Christmas tree. And again, you can see that the red lights are on at the moment as we wait for Nate to clear off at the top end of the racetrack. You can see that the safety team rolling at the top end just to give a quick once-over of the shutdown area for Nate Gagnon, who unfortunately, again, has the motor let go on that motorcycle. That is the volatility of nitromethane. I know me and Chrissy were talking earlier. Saw the video where pretty much you can throw a lit match into nitromethane and not have it light, but as soon as there is any sort of friction or tension, that is when that thing turns south. So again, another look up on Lordco Auto Parts big screen there is Nate. Again, has been in the 660 zone so far this weekend. Unfortunately, not going to be in the 660s or 650s on that run, but still a few more bikes in the lanes to come on up and take a stab at the TCS and Lordco Auto Parts lanes. So Rad Torque Systems, we mentioned them throughout the evening, but they are also stepping on board with the Western Canadian Nitro Top Fuel Harleys for the 2023 season as they have run their series at Mission Raceway Park and also at Rad Torque Raceways and made an appearance during the Rocky Mountain Nationals at Rad Torque Raceway, one of the biggest drag races in Western Canada. I know everybody at Rad Torque Raceways. Glad to see that Top Fuel Harley is back on the schedule for that event. And really, at one point with the CMDRA Top Fuel Harley, this was kind of a hotbed of racing in the country and still has always been a stalwart of Mission Raceway Park here with the two-wheeled V-twins on Nitro. And conventionally, the setup is an ejected V-twin on nitromethane. There have been a few that have tried several different combinations. And I know Damien Cowden trying out one of those combos that is in attendance with us this weekend that they think could be a breakthrough in the category in Top Fuel Harley racing. Supercharged setup. You'll hear that bike comes up, has a distinctly different engine note than most of the others in competition. So still some equipment down there at the top end of the racetrack that we are waiting for that to clear off before we can send the pair that is currently just shy of the water box. And again, don't forget, still have the Tomahawk Jet Funny Car, the Darkside Racing Top Fuel Dragster, again to add the smoke, fire, and the thunder here at Mission Raceway Park for their second and final pass of Saturday here at Mission Raceway. And man, if you missed the afternoon pass, put on a show. The Darkside Racing Top Fuel Dragster is on a solid run before it had to shut off. It's still a ground-shaking run as we are getting the go signal. You can hear them firing up as it'll be Jim Schellenberg and Pete Waugh. So, Pete, we were mentioning the second half of the Big Kids Racing team, and Jim Schellenberg over there in the Lordco lane has been at it for 20-plus years in Top Fuel motorcycle competition. You can see from Pete's perspective up on the big screen that he was looking over at Jim, waiting for him to be ready, and gave him the nod when it was good for both of them to start their burnout so they can line up at the starting line pretty much simultaneously. As his crew member leaning forward, giving the signal for Pete to drop down the face shield on the helmet as soon as he is ready before he can go down the racetrack. They've taken the pins out of the parachutes at the back of the motorcycle, and we are ready for the first pair in this qualifying round for Top Fuel Harley. Header flames out of both bikes all the way to the top end. 692, 181 miles an hour for Pete Waugh. Jim Schellenberg. 690 with a 1 at 206 miles an hour. As you get a look at that up in the Lordco instant replay. And again, the header flames coming out of the right bank on both bikes all the way to the finish line stripe, and Pete Waugh getting there first with that 692 with a 181 miles an hour to that 690 with a 206 miles an hour. And hey, if that was in eliminations, Waugh would have won it on a hole shot. How about an 020 reaction time on a top fuel Harley 115 light for Schellenberg? Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. No box to the lanes to be laddered. No box to the lanes to be laddered. As that is going to finish things off for Top Fuel Harley, the Pro Mod motorcycle at the ready line. Austin Christopher on board of this machine. Saw him run a 640 at over 215 miles an hour in his first run of the day. This bike, the record holder for Kawasaki's, not only here at Mission Raceway Park, but all around the world on this motorcycle. Got that feather under his cap at the CMDRA All Bike Drags at Mission Raceway Park. You can go to the Cycle Drag Facebook and YouTube channel to get a recap of that event and see the record run. As Austin Christopher from Hope getting ready to bring that bike into the beams. He's already pre-staged, building up the boost. As he rides through a little bit of a wobble, and at the top end, 646 again for Austin Christopher. As unfortunately that thing's smoking at the top end. He saw some sparks out of it at the line for Austin Christopher. As you can see him using up all the shutdown space. So they'll get that thing woed down at the top end. So Austin Christopher gonna make the turnoff down there at the top end of the racetrack, and 646 with a 207 miles an hour. As you get a look at that in the instant replay, see that red light is a shift light for the rider to let him know when he needs to go into the next gear. Right at the top end, there it is, right as he shuts off some sparks and a little bit of smoke, as Austin Christopher making it off the racetrack safely. But again, the safety team's out checking the top end. So a 646 with a 207 miles an hour for Austin Christopher. The Carson excavating machine is turned off there at the top end of the racetrack as Austin getting that bike woed down, but again, some smoke coming out of it pretty much for the entire length of the shutdown area. So you can see, I believe, Real Street, Outlaw Street in the lanes. We'll double check on that as soon as we get the OK signal from down at the top end of the racetrack. So plenty still in the schedule tonight here at Mission Raceway Park, as unfortunately some cleanups necessitating a little bit of downtime here. Thanks to everybody for sticking with us. Great crowd here as always for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder at MRP. And thanks again to everybody for coming out, spending your Saturday with us here. I know we had a solid crowd as well last night on Friday to get things kicked off for the weekend. So again, we thank everybody for coming out and spending their hard-earned cash with us here at Mission Raceway Park to experience, again, a little Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. And of course, can't do it without Lordco Auto Parts, which is open 7 days a week in over 100 locations across BC. You can go to lordco.com to find a location near you. So as soon as we are going to get this cleanup completed, doesn't seem like it should be too long, we're going to go roll into Outlaw Street. It's like the final round for that, the heads up 8th mile class for street legal vehicles. So attention to everybody sitting down there with the golf carts right now. That all needs to be cleared right now for the stunt show. So anybody in a golf cart needs to be cleared out of the way for the stunt show starting now. So again, we need all the golf carts moved from in front of the tower. Thank you for your cooperation so we can get the stunt show underway after the completion of the final round for Outlaw Street.
All right, all you people in front of the tower, can you move your golf carts? And we're going to have the Hard Knox Stunt Show coming out here. So we need this area cleared, if you don't mind. Thank you. Yeah, we just need to clear the area so we can make some room for the big surprise. Smoke, fire, and thunder here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Lots of racing action yet to come. And, of course, the Tomahawk Jet Funny Car will be making a pass for sure. Hard Knock Stunt Show coming right up. We'll be getting back into our racing action. We've got a final in Outlaw Street. Part of the West Coast Outlaw Series. Glad to have them. They'll be back for the West Coast Outlaw Shootout on September 29th to October the 1st. That's always a great time and a huge race, as well as the Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association. Their big two-day boat drag race is September the 16th and 17th. It's on the mighty Fraser River behind us. On the beach. Who knew Mission Raceway has a beach? But indeed they do, across from Tech. Beautiful beach where everybody sits and watches some drag boat racing action. Again, on September the 16th and 17th. Should be a great time. And, of course, the Mission Final, September 22nd to 25th. It's a big deal where we have the finals for the Summit Racing Series. Can't wait. Of course, 3 more Street Legals left, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies, the Friday Night Street Legals, where you can be a drag racer. Come hang out with me, Chrissy, at Friday Night Street Legals, September 1st, September 15th, and October 6th. The last 3. We'd love to have you out there. And if you are a part of a car club, really would love to have you out. If there's a bunch of you, just contact Mission Raceway and talk to Kevin. Maybe we can get a deal for you guys. Come on in and hang out at the Friday Night Street Legals. Getting closer and closer to the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster Pass and the Tomahawk Jet Funny Cars, so don't go anywhere. We've got the big bad boys coming up shortly. And a whole bunch of West Coast Outlaw Series racing action yet to come. Like to thank everybody who participated in the Variety Club drift cars and donating to that cause for the kids. Thank you so much.
Okay, so if I can have everyone at the bottom of the tower clear out of the way, please. We've got guys coming through. Please come. Please make passage. Okay, this is what you've been waiting for. We've had some thunder, fire, and some revved up engines. Red team and blue team. Stuntman standoff. Let's hear it for the red team. Let's hear it for the blue team. Baby bird. This is how stunt guys settle their arguments. No more pushing. No more fighting. This comes down to an old school duel. In a moment, I'll need you to help me with the countdown or the count up. We're actually going to give them 10 paces. These guys are going to get fueled up. They're going to be given weapons. And then they're going to shoot at each other. First person to get shot goes up in flames. I hope you brought your s'mores. Yeah. Okay, are these guys getting fueled up? Let's fuel them up. Fuel them up. They're getting the whole backs poured up with accelerant along the back of the arms, back of the legs. Big ball of flame. All up the front. It's professional stunt guys here. This is how we settle arguments. Okay, guys, come together. We're gonna lock and load. They're gonna be given their weapons. Back to back. Okay, let's give them the count. You ready? Colin, you ready? Okay, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Turn and shoot. Whoa! Woo! Human torches. Let's give it up. Yeah. These guys have been put out. I want to give a big shout to Colin Decker there from Fire for Hire, putting this show together. One more round for the team. Blue team, red team, come together, show some love. Woo! Thank you very much. That's been us, Hard Knock Stunts, for tonight. You guys have a fantastic weekend. Thank you, BC. You've been beautiful.
Wow, give them a hand, you guys. Were you expecting that or what? I certainly wasn't. Smoke, fire, and thunder. Thanks to the Hard Knocks team bringing out that show. Holy moly. I just heard someone say that they're probably going to do that at work on Monday morning to some of their employees. Wow.
Once again, thanking Colin Decker, Fire for Hire, or fire safety team here, putting the show together. Thank you.
Wow, well, that really was something here. Smoke, fire, and thunder. There you can see it on the replay. These guys are lit up. Wow, super cool. Super flame action there. Wow, that guy's really on fire.
So an incredible performance from the Hard Knock Stunt team again, putting the fire and smoke, fire and thunder like we told you. That little special surprise they had set up down there. And of course, I was walking through the lanes. I did see the Tomahawk Jet Funny car in the lanes, so it'll be coming up here in a few minutes. We've got the Outlaw Street final round that we have to run here as the cleanup work still ongoing. The Outlaw 275 round 2 of eliminations is already in the lanes. Also saw some of our Gulf and Fraser Limited Street competitors making their way into the lanes for round number 2 of eliminations for that category as well. So some of the big classes here, the feature classes already lined up in the lanes, getting ready to head down the Titanium Auto Group strip here at Mission Raceway Park, and should be a great show coming up here to finish off Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Is again going late into the evening here at Mission Raceway Park. We thank each and every one of you for sticking around in the grandstands here to capture all the action for the 2023 edition. So fortunately, with that cleanup, it is on really the unprepped portion of the racetrack, so they are not really going to have to put down any traction compound, drag it down there. They still might take one of the tractors and run the mat over it as well. They've laid down the Speedy Dry solution there to help absorb some of the fluid, and they are still working hard down there trying to get this shutdown surface to give these racers a chance to get those race cars stopped in a safe manner and make sure that that is okay down there in the TCS side of the racetrack. So big thanks again to our hardworking safety team, the starting line crew, and everybody else that helps out here at Mission Raceway Park to keep this event running. And again, trying to deal with that situation down there at the top end with the motorcycle potentially losing a motor down there right in the lights, which, you know, it's definitely not what a rider would have wanted in that situation. And still, we're going to go hard at work to get this thing turned around and get ready to go back racing just as soon as we possibly can. Again, with the Outlaw Street final round between Tom Durand on board the Suzuki motorcycle going up against Rob Monroe Sr. in the Model A. So again, as soon as we get word from the top end on a ETA and that cleanup, we're going to bring that to you. And again, as we mentioned, trying to get back to racing action just as soon as we can. We've still got a little bit of the program left to get through, some elimination rounds, of course, for our small tire competitors heading into tomorrow, as it'll be a full race day for our NHRA Summit T-Series racers, and it is a Wally race up for grabs. Of course, the Wally, the signature trophy in NHRA competition that usually you can only get at a divisional race or national open, an NHRA national event, but they are up for grabs this weekend, so a little bit extra on the line here, and also some speed for all Wallies up for grabs for our small tire competitors, in addition to all the prizes they would usually get throughout the weekend. So definitely some coveted trophies up for grabs. And the Wally Trophy, named after Wally Parks, the NHRA founder, was introduced in the 70s, is the trophy of choice in NHRA competition. I think Chrissy said she's going to try and mosey on through the staging lane, see what kind of racers she can talk to. She can grab some interviews with racers in the lanes ahead of their either elimination rounds, exhibition passes here for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Of course, one of, if not the biggest race on the Mission Raceway Park calendar, and glad that everybody could be in attendance for the Saturday night. Of course, the big portion of the show. So you can see up there on the big screen that they've got quite a lot of equipment down there at the top end. Again, trying to speed up that track cleaning process at the moment as the tractor is making some passes up and down as well. You can see again that absorbent speedy drive that has been put down to help get that fluid out of the way here, as they have still been working at the top end for quite a bit now, trying to get that cleared up. But still have got this thing down to a fine science. So they're going to get that racetrack in tip-top condition. As again, Chrissy is going to start trying to make her way, finding some drivers to talk to in the staging lanes, as we are again experiencing just a little bit of downtime right now.
Out here in the lanes, talking to Larry Miller, super fan here. So how do you feel about the program today, Larry?
It is fantastic. I love this place. Every smoking fire they have, I'm here.
Absolutely. What a day. And what do you think about the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster we're standing next to?
Well, that's the one that I come to see. That shakes my belly and makes me feel good.
All right, Larry Miller, super fan here at Mission Raceway, taking part of the Smoke, Fire, and Thunder and loving it. So it's good to see Larry at all the races. And anything you got to say to someone on the live stream that hasn't been down here to see it live?
Well, you don't know what you're missing until you come down and see it and experience it live. It's a total different thing than watching it on TV.
Absolutely, it is an experience, and we're going to be watching the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster coming right up, folks. I'm going to hang out in the lanes and see if I can't get some of these drivers to talk to me.
Well, again, thanks to Chrissy down there in the lanes. Let's see if she can try and grab some drivers in a little bit in her stroll through the lanes. As looks like things maybe starting to wind down there at the top end. Again, don't forget, we still got the Tomahawk Jet Funny Car in the lanes, as well as our small tire competitors in the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster, all lined up and ready to go.
I'm here with David in the staging lanes, the driver of the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster. So what are we expecting for the next pass, David?
We're going to try and improve a little on what we did earlier today.
All right, that's what we're looking for. So how do you think the track conditions are for your dragster at this point?
Well, one of the reasons we come here is this is probably the best track conditions in 1,000 miles. And every time we've been here in the past, it's been awesome. Yesterday kind of took us by surprise. So we backed it off just a little this morning, or this afternoon, and it worked. So we're kind of hoping it'll work again.
Harn, we are so hoping it works too. The Darkside Top Fuel Dragster here with David the driver. They'll be coming up momentarily here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway.
So Mission Fire Rescue getting their ladder truck packed up, but they want to pass along a thank you to each and every one of you in the stands, all the spectators. They filled several boots full of donations for muscular dystrophy. So big thanks going out from the Mission Fire Rescue Squad and Ladder 1 that was out here collecting donations for the boot drive for muscular dystrophy. Again, they've filled several boots here throughout the evening. So thank you, each and every one of you that donated here in the crowd to help those with muscular dystrophy through the Firefighters Boot Drive that, of course, firefighters and fire departments across Canada participating in that, helping to raise funds for muscular dystrophy through various different methods, and definitely a cause that is close to their hearts. So big thanks to everybody that donated, and again, Mission Fire Department wanting to pass along that thanks to everybody here for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Again, you heard Chrissy down there in the staging lanes with David Fedorowicz in the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster, the driver of that machine. You mentioned last night they went up here and made their first pass, and fortunately, just a little bit more power than racetrack could handle, and kind of blew the tires off right in the starting line. That thing jumped up about almost a foot off the ground before it came back down to rest and had to have an early shut off. No problems really, though, off the hit for their one run so far today, and definitely, as we said, bringing the noise here and the vibrations from the Top Fuel Dragster, and it is something that you have to experience in person. They are in the staging lanes again as we continue on at the cleanup at the top end, and again, the Tomahawk Jet funny car that has been just a tick under 250 miles an hour on both of its runs so far this weekend, trying to break that 250 mile an hour barrier for Derek Snelson and the team. Derek was, of course, formerly out of Alaska and is still the land speed record holder in the state of Alaska, running 309 miles an hour. Now living in Washington State as the track operator of Renegade Raceway, and is getting strapped in or waiting to get strapped in as soon as he gets a signal in the staging lanes, as well as the rest of our eliminations in the classes that we have in competition here tonight.
Here in the staging lanes with the Tomahawk Jet funny car here, with driver Derek. Hi, Derek. So glad you're here. Where are you from?
My hometown, Chrissy, is Anchorage, Alaska, third generation, and I'm based out of Yakima, Washington now. We operate Renegade Raceway down there. So I just want to give a big shout out to the Mission crew for having us back up here. It's the most. I ran my first 5-second run in the Warhawk back here in 06, 07, I believe. But the best fans, I mean, I've had little kids come over and give the little photos, drawing pictures. This young man gave me some sugar to stay awake tonight, a little strawberry, but anyway, no, we just want to give a big shout out to, the fans that are out here supporting this event, the Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. You got the best track in North America along with Seattle, Washington, the fastest, the best air. We ran, Richard Smith and myself both ran side by side in Darren Bay's cars back in the day at 290 something. I know Chuck Haynes, and rest in peace, we ran 314, which was a record. Nobody's ran 314 then. So that says something about the facility and the crew you have. So again, we just want to give a big shout out to the fans for sticking around. We want to put on a show for you tonight. We're just go to point A to point B. Next year we plan on bringing 2 cars back up here, so try to get the warp speed back up here with us. So, but no, a big shout out to the crew and everybody sticking around. So we love coming to Canada. My grandfather was born in Victoria, so we raced all over, Edmonton, Prince George, Ashcroft. We had the record there. We got the record on Port Alberni on the island, Saskatoon, Medicine Hat. Great tracks. The more further north we run, the nicer the people are. So, but no, just a big shout out. I want to thank my crew. My car chief's all the way in from Ogden, Utah. Lynn Wiseman, she's been with me. And also I got my local crew that are local. I got Dayton and Mike and Phyllis Blanfield. And one of my best friends is Bob Hafner and his family. So thank all the people coming out. So that's why we come, is how we get treated.
Wow. Thanks so much, Derek, part of the driver of the Tomahawk Jet Fuel funny car. And they're coming up to show us a little smoke, fire, and thunder. Now, he's ready to go right now, so we're going to go and check on what's going on in the track. Can't wait to see these 2 fantastic cars run.
Well, fortunately, Chrissy, looks like the activity dying down there at the top end of the racetrack. So cleanup starting to wrap up. We see that the tractor has returned to the starting line, so that is a good sign. And Derek Nelson, as he was mentioning, a very, very experienced jet funny car pilot and jet dragster racer, and has been pretty much everywhere in the Pacific Northwest when it comes to running exhibition race cars, and also has firsthand experience at running a racetrack there at, again, Renegade Raceways down in Yakima, where he's made multiple appearances at his home track with the Tomahawk Jet funny cars. So, again, big thanks to Derek and the team for making the trip up here to Mission Raceway Park, and looking forward to their final pass of the weekend coming up, trying to, again, like they say, make a A to B run and get that thing potentially down to the 5-second zone if everything goes correctly. So again, looks like cleanup starting to die down there at the top end. We're seeing more and more equipment and more personnel returning back to the starting line. So just a few moments out from getting this thing back up and running. All right, so there it is. Sound of race vehicles firing back up. It is going to be Rob Monroe Sr. in that Model A up against Tom Turon in the 2017 Suzuki GSXR. So then the Outlaw Street Final is getting ready to see who is going to take out the win in this division here for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder for the West Coast Outlaws. Tehran, who is a regular in Mopac Friday Night Street Legal action on his Suzuki. And again, both these vehicles street legal. So it's going to be an 8th mile heads up matchup for these two street legal machines. So again, Monroe, staged, Tehran, staged, wheels up and hauling. Who's going to get to the stripe first? It is a close drag race, and just edging him out is going to be Tom Tehran, a 5:58 with a 128 miles an hour to the 8th mile. Look at the wheels up launch from the Model A, and Rob Monroe with that 5:64 with a 521 miles an hour in the heads-up race of the 8th mile. So Tom Tehran takes out Outlaw Street for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, and crown our winner in the first winner in the West Coast Outlaws series in their Outlaw division. So that'll wrap up the final round. So just checking on the run orders, obviously with that oil down, things in the schedule getting switched around at the moment. So as soon as we get word on the next class that is going to come up to the line, we're going to bring that to you. And again, as Derek and all of us here have mentioned, we thank you for your patience, and still a great crowd here late into the evening. So thanks everybody for sticking it out here at Mission Raceway Park. You guys have been, as we mentioned, some great racing fans here and great fans of drag racing. So thank you for hanging out here. As you can see as well, lanes are full at the moment. And congratulations going out to Tom Tehran, who got the job done on board the Suzuki in the Outlaws Street Final round. So it is going to be Outlaw 275 for their second round of eliminations coming up next. And we're going to go into Limited Street following that, as it will be Chris Houston, who took out Chris Gould in the Battle of the Chris's, when Chris unfortunately rolled through the beam. Chris Gould, that is. Specify which Chris. And for his lucky break in round number 1, he is going to face up against Justin Gallant. Gallant from Chilliwack in his 1985 Ford Mustang with a turbocharged small block Ford power plant for BDL Auto, DMW race cars, and Super Steve's tire up against Chris Houston, the racer out of Lethbridge, Alberta. Justin Gallant from Chilliwack. And taking out the Streetcar Super Nationals win in Las Vegas last year at the tail end of the season, and having some motor problems with that race car at Door Wars that set him out for the last few weeks, but making his return to competition this weekend, qualifying in the top half of the field in this 16-car Outlaw 275 field for MDA Fabrication. And it looks like they are having problems for Justin Gallant. So Gallant's car getting pushed back on the line. It'll be a single for Chris Houston. So Chris Houston's run through eliminations continues, and he continues to pummel whatever respective lane he's in with 480s. 486 with a 146 miles an hour. And Chris Houston is going to move on into the semifinals in this one. Round number 3 of competition, as he has essentially had 2 buys. So Justin Gallant, the car quitting on the line after the burnout. Crew electing to shut that machine off and save it for another day, in a very tough break for Justin Gallant, as he will not move on past round number 2. And coming up next, it'll be Jason Gagnon and Jordan Brandon. Make that Rick McLeod and Jordan Brandon. Second time's the charm, the Dodge Dart. The TCS side of the racetrack for Rick McLeod from Vernon. And Jordan Brandon over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Jordan out of Sherwood Park, Alberta, in that 2000 Camaro. Your number 1 qualifier is Jordan Brandon, coming into eliminations. Marched his way through round number 1 of competition. Rick McLeod. Vernon ran his best pass of the weekend in round number 1 of eliminations, a 4:57. So purging the nitrous system, power adder of choice for Rick McLeod and Jordan Brandon, the turbocharged LS power plant, and Camaro over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. We'll see if McLeod can try and take out Jordan Brandon, which has been a tough task so far in 2023 at any racetrack in the Pacific Northwest. So McLeod a little bit soft off the line. Nothing soft about Jordan Brandon. 4:42 with a 7, 171 miles an hour, drop in the hammer in round number 2 of eliminations. Jordan Brandon moving on into the semifinals of competition in the Camaro that he calls Million. 4:42 again with the 771 miles an hour. And Rick McLeod's car is a little bit lazy off the line. Unfortunately, never really recovered at any point down the racetrack. He'll coast through to 583 with 135 miles an hour. An off-song run for Rick. Again, that car capable of going into the 450s, as up next will come Dan Rodrigue and Jason Gagnon in the Radial Flyer Nova, as opposed to his regular angle plug Nova. Dan Rodrigue over in the Lordco lane. The racer out of Chilliwack is 1981 Chevy Malibu, the Kent Specialty Automotive, Milleron Truck Body, McGraw Metalworks, Color Compress Corporation. Sponsored machine, the defending winner of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. And a big-time player with the West Coast Outlaws in the Boo Chevy Malibu 1981 edition. Again, we like to point out with the vinyl top for Dan Rodrigue, going 4:49 in qualifying. And getting out of the racetrack with an A to B pass to make his way into round number 2 to face Jason Gagnon. Jason was up against, it was Bob Cook in round number 1 of eliminations and overpowered the F-150 as he'll get guided into the beams. Turbocharged Radial Flyer, and Jason's own race car, also turbocharged machine, the angle plug Nova that we're used to seeing out here in competition, running big mile an hour. So, waiting on both crew members to step away. Jason already tripping on that pre-stage bulb. Dan Rodrigue getting ready to bring in the Boo. Double bulbing him almost as Jason going to bring in and build up the boost. Off the starting line, it is even, and at the finish line, it is going to be Dan Rodriguez getting the job done. 450 with a 3 at 158 miles an hour for Dan Rodriguez, and a 451 with a 9 at 162 miles an hour. The reaction time to advantage, rather, to Rodriguez with an 042 light, and he carries that advantage all the way through to the stripe. So Dan Rodriguez will move on into the semifinals, and Jason Gagnon, a valiant effort in that second round loss, a 451 with a 9 at 162 miles an hour. So Scott Schulhauser was supposed to be the opponent for Steve Skokin, and unfortunately Scott breaking in round number 1 of competition. We saw that Mustang, though, is in the 440s, ran a 445 with a 0 for the racer out of Calgary, Alberta, and qualifying to come in the number 2 position. And unfortunately, his weekend coming to an early end, he managed to get the round 1 win over Tony Souza, but unfortunately does not answer the call. Steve Skokin out of Surrey, that 1981 Mustang, getting the competition single. Steve getting to the stripe with a 468 with a 9, and big problems at the top end of the racetrack. Steve Skokin in the Mustang having an incident at the top end of the racetrack. We need everybody to clear out of the way so we can get the safety team and starting line crew to the top end. Steve Skokin with problems over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, ran that 468 with a 960 miles an hour, had the free pass into the semifinals, but unfortunately getting sideways at the top end of the racetrack and making contact with the retaining wall, as we'll wait for word from down there at the top end, is Steve Skokin. Again, having that top end incident as he came through the traps. So once again, track officials only on the racetrack, as well as the Mission Raceway Park safety team, and we'll ask everybody to stay in their grandstand seats, not rush along the fence as well. So the Mission Raceway Park safety team down there at the top end, tending to Steve Skokin and the Ford Mustang down there. And of course, they are well trained in dealing with these type of situations here at Mission Raceway Park, and they're right down there at the top end, just making sure that everything is okay down there. And again, we will wait for word on Steve Skokin after a wild ride at the top end here in round number 2 of Outlaw 275.
Definitely not what we wanted to see here on the titanium strip at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. But of course, anything can happen when you are racing. Our own safety safari out there and making sure the driver is okay. We'll let you know as soon as we know. And of course, a lot more racing actually come. Of course, the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster in the lanes, as well as the Tomahawk Jet Funny Car yet to run. So thank you for your patience, everybody hanging out till the bitter end with us. It's very unexpected, and just letting our safety officials take care of that right now. So again, thanks for your patience, and we'll be getting back to it as soon as possible if you do have to head out. Thanks so much for hanging out with us, the Saturday edition of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. We'll have to deal with the situation and finish off the racing package for the evening. Okay, just got the update. The driver is okay. Nothing down on the track, so great news. And yeah, give him a hand, you guys. That was a tough break.
Yeah, never like to see that. And good to hear that Steve Skokin is okay down there at the top end after getting checked out by the Mission Raceway Park safety team. You can see, though, that is a severely wounded Mustang up there at the top end. And they're working to get that car off of the top end. As we'll now take a look at the replay of that. Now that we know that Steve is okay, you can see the car kind of drifting over towards the edge of the lane. And right when he goes to shut it off, the car makes a little bit of a weird move right in the traps of the quarter mile. Car does a complete rotation before side-slapping the concrete on the driver's side, which is a very hard hit, especially on the driver's side. So very fortunate that Steve Skokin is okay. As you can see that the hood flying off the car there as it went sideways and again impacting the wall before sliding through the shutdown area. And you can see that Steve was on the brakes the entire time trying to get that thing to a stop so that it wouldn't slide over to the other lane, to the other side of the wall. So Steve was up on the wheel driving that thing the whole way through. And again, good to hear that Steve Skokin is okay. Unfortunately, the LMS Mustang is a little bit wounded down there at the top end after making some serious contact with the retaining wall in the shutdown area.
Big thanks to our safety safari instantly responding to Steve there on the track. And big thanks to all of our track officials for keeping us all safe here. He is okay. Good to hear. Steve Skokin, the car maybe not so much. So we're going to get him off the track. And good news, there's no fluid down. So that is good news. So we'll get those parts off the track and carry on with our racing program. Yeah, we're absolutely trying our best to get going as soon as possible here. Smoke, fire, and thunder. The titanium strip here at Mission Raceway.
So getting down at the starting line, try and keep the return road clear. There's going to be some safety equipment moving back and forth through in the aid of the cleanup process down there as well. So again, try and make that return road clear so we can get the safety equipment back up and forth to help get that cleanup down at the top end running just a little bit more smooth. As you can see, the tractor is already out on the racetrack and they're getting ready to get that Mustang off the top end so we can continue on and get things wrapped up here for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So I'm grabbing a floor jack to try and get that car off the top end. As you can imagine, that quite a few things tweaked in the department there, so it's not quite an easy roll-off for the safety team down there. So they're still continuing to get that car, try to get that car off of the racing surface. You can see the tractor is working over the lane as well, so that we are good to go. They, I believe, have replaced the cone. You can see the tire tracks from where Steve got sideways there, and the contact mark where that car came together with the wall. As soon as the tractor drives past that section, you can see that there is the mark from the initial contact. And as Chrissy mentioned there in the replay, you could already see as that car was making that violent move over towards the wall that they were getting the gate open so that they could have the safety safari and the safety team rolling as soon as possible. A great response down there from the Mission Raceway Park safety team. Again, if you were roaming around the pits, did not hear that Steve Skokin is okay, has been checked out by the track medical staff down there at the top end, and got out of the race car under his own power. So all good news down there at the top end. And of course, you can replace a race car, but you can't replace a race car driver. So good to see that all the safety equipment holding up big time on that Fox Body Mustang down there. And a tough way, I know, for Steve to end his weekend. And that car has been a long time part of Steve's racing career, so that is probably not an easy thing to deal with as well, having potentially the loss of the race car down there at the top end, but still the work ongoing. They're going to get the Mustang cleared off, and we're going to do everything that we can to continue on with the racing action here tonight at Mission Raceway Park, the Titanium Auto Group Strip for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, brought to us by Lordco Auto Parts. So Steve Skokin's car removed from the top end. You can see that the one lone truck up there just doing a few sweeps to get everything cleaned up, and all the safety equipment returning to the starting line. So we should be very close to getting racers buckled back in and getting things fired back up here for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder after that cleanup at the top end. And again, great work by our safety team as well as all the staff here at Mission Raceway Park to get things turned around and get us back up and running.
Big thanks for all your patience, and if you do have to head out, thanks for spending your Saturday here with us on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Looks like not too long here before we'll be able to get underway, and of course, the Tomahawk Jet funny car in the lanes, along with the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster yet to run. We're so excited about it, and looks like they're just finishing up here at the top end. Great job to our crew out there, our safety officials and all our track officials taking care of the situation. We're going to get back to racing action here momentarily.
Well, we are getting the signal down on the starting line that we are good to fire up the first pair in round number 2 of Limited Street. So cleanup work complete. So we'll get through Limited Street before we get into the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster and the Tomahawk Jet funny car. So in this first pairing, it is going to be Justin Gibson out of Surrey, his 1988 Fox Body Mustang up against another Fox Body Mustang, a very popular type of car in Limited Street competition. Chris McGraw, the 1990 Fox Body that he calls Flipper. The turbocharged setup is Justin Gibson, no stranger to going rounds in West Coast Outlaw competition, trying to punch his ticket into the semifinals. And Chris McGraw going up against Bobby Ehlers in round number 1 of competition, and Chris actually had some serious tire spin off the line, had to pedal his way to a round win, and Bobby ran into his own problems, which aided Chris McGraw in getting back around him at the top end of the racetrack. So McGraw's pre-stage, Gibson turning on that bottom bulb almost immediately after lighting the pre-stage bulb. And Gibson had the starting line advantage, unfortunately waltzed right up and spins tires, gets through, and the win is going to go. So McGraw gets there first, 531 with a 7, 132 miles an hour, 598 with a 9, 128 miles an hour for Justin Gibson. So again, even though the quarter mile time showed up on the scoreboard, still getting the 8th mile time, still getting the 8th mile margin of victory in that one. So Justin Gibson, fortunately getting to Finish line last, 5:31 with a 732 miles an hour, 5:98 with a 928 miles an hour for Justin Gibson in his losing effort. As it'll be Max Nielsen out of Sturgeon, Alberta, the 97 Ford Mustang, and Jason Gibson out of Surrey, who is purging the nitrous system in the TCS side of the racetrack up against Max. And Max coming off a win at the Just Ended Shootout at Rad Torque Raceway just outside of Edmonton, and currently was the #1 qualifier up against Jason Gibson. Again, we just saw Justin, unfortunately, go out in round number 2 of competition. We'll see how Jason handles TCS side of the racetrack. Both racers pre-staged. You can hear him building the boost for Max Nielsen over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Different Gibson, same result, unfortunately, and it is Max Nielsen getting the job done in round number 2. 5:54.0, 110 miles an hour, gets himself down to the top end. A little bit of a trouble-plagued run, but unfortunately for Jason Gibson, it was the less trouble-free of the trouble-free, or of the trouble-filled runs, we should say. As coming up, Vanessa Richards. We got the bye run into the next round of competition. Richards, the Hawaii 5.0 Mustang out of Kelowna. The Gen 3 Speed Precision Concepts Kelowna Chevrolet sponsored Fox Body Mustang. So they'll get ready to purge the nitrous system. So again, purging the nitrous system on Vanessa Richards' machine. Looks like it will be the final car up for round number 2 of eliminations for Limited Street for Gulf and Fraser Financial. Again, the Limited Street competitors, just a little bit of a step down from Outlaw 275, still running on that radial tire, but a little bit closer to street legal vehicles. In fact, I believe Jason Gibson's car is street legal. So Vanessa Richards getting brought up to the line. She is the winner of Door Wars earlier this year and the defending West Coast Outlaws champion. No traction problems for the Y50 Mustang. Well, until she gets to the 330-foot mark, then the thing started wandering over towards the center line. Early shutoff, 564. At 97 miles an hour to the 8th mile mark for Vanessa Richards, as she will move into the next round of competition in Gulf and Fraser Limited Street. Again, taking the bye run into the next round. So that's going to do it for Limited Street, as well as Outlaw 275 for MDA Fabrication. Outlaw 275 action, the West Coast Outlaws, and getting ready to pull underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. It is the Tomahawk Jet Funny Car. Again, to anybody trying to run up and over the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge, you cannot be spectating on the bridge when we have the jet car running for safety reasons. As the Tomahawk gets towed into the Lordco Auto Parts lane, we heard Chrissy talking with Derek Snelson down there. Of course, the operator of Renegade Raceways down in Yakima, formerly from Anchorage, Alaska, has spent quite a lot of time behind the wheel of a jet funny car and jet dragsters all across North America, running in various different machines, and track record holder at several facilities throughout the Pacific Northwest. Of course, with the Jet Funny Car, you'll notice that the driver obviously can't sit in the center of the car with the center steer as you would in a normal funny car. The driver off to the left-hand side with roll cage alongside the Jet, pretty much rubbing his right elbow against that Jet engine in that machine as they're going to back that car up, get it lined up just right. And Derek Snelson will get ready to tackle the quarter mile here at Mission Raceway Park. So Derek Snelson, who's approached 250 miles an hour on both of his runs so far this weekend, trying to break that 250 mile an hour mark over the quarter mile in the Tomahawk Jet Funny Car. You can see the crew car out there with the starter motor. They'll get that thing turned over, and then the crew will hightail it for the safety of the top end to get ready to pick up their driver after their run down the quarter mile. The EFX Tomahawk Jet Funny Car, also brought to us by Good Vibrations Motorsports, Pepsi, Browning & Browning helping out on this machine. Of course, we saw Derek formerly in the Warhawk Jet Dragster and talking about running against Darren Bay from down in Oregon, that iconic name in jet car competition that we've seen a few times up here at Mission Raceway Park. And, of course, Derek putting on a show for us, getting ready to put on a show. His crew running around, making the final adjustments on that car down there in the starting line, and we will get ready to go. The final pass of the weekend for the Tomahawk Jet Funny Car for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Again, also got the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster in the staging lanes to round things out for the night. As here we go. You can hear it firing up. You can see the flames starting to come out of the back of the Tomahawk up on the Lordco Auto Parts big screen and the live stream at home. So they're going to have attempt number 2, getting that thing fired up. You can see Derek and the crew leaning in on that. So they're going to give the signal to turn it over once again, still with the crew and the starter motor hooked up on that thing down at the starting line. So Derek Snelson trying to get that thing fired up down there in the starting line, the Tomahawk Jet Funny Car. See him in communication with the crew chief down there again, trying to get that thing up and running, get some life in the back of that jet. So Derek Snelson in the Tomahawk Jet Funny Car, unfortunately unable to fire, and from the sounds of things, they're going to try it again tomorrow here at Mission Raceway Park and stay an extra day. But don't worry, if you have your wristband from today, you'll be able to get in for free tomorrow here at Mission Raceway Park to see the Tomahawk Jet Funny Car. As again, they gave a valiant effort down there in the starting line. We've seen that thing turn over so many times without any trouble, and unfortunately not going to happen here tonight at the end of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. But we still have David Fedorowicz in the Darkside Racing Top Fuel Dragster to round things out. And again, keep your wristbands for tomorrow. The Jet Funny Car will be in action again for the final time this weekend. Tomorrow they will be making a pass and sticking around for an extra day here at Mission Raceway Park. If you didn't catch the afternoon session here at Mission Raceway, as we can already see the Darkside Racing Top Fuel Dragster and the crew making its way to the head of the staging lanes. David getting strapped in and ready to go in that 10,000 plus horsepower machine out of Calgary, Alberta. David and that team, they have been running for a while with Nitro in the tank. Started back in the 1980s, running up against the big guns with a little bit of a small budget. The NHRA side of things took some time off from Top Fuel Racing before coming back. It's over 10 or so years ago now with their Darkside Racing team, and they have been regulars in match race competition in the province of Alberta, make regular demonstration runs, various drag strips around the province there, and for the last few years have been a fixture as well here at Mission Raceway Park for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. And, of course, the Lordco Auto Parts sponsor machine coming across and getting ready to go down the TCS side of the racetrack here is we'll cap off Saturday as Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. And, again, make sure to keep your wristbands because the jet car is going to be coming back tomorrow for a second attempt. Obviously, not something that they can sort out on the starting line. They'll have to go back to the pit area and try and diagnose the problem with that machine and need some time to come up with a solution on that race car. So they'll be, again, sticking around for that extra day here at MRP, but still, we're going to have a little bit of fire coming out of the pipes for the Darkside team. Again, 10,000 plus horsepower, getting ready to start down there just in the water box and roll in for the burnout for the Darkside Racing Top Fuel Drag. So you can see them getting the starter motor all hooked up and ready to go out of the back of the dually, the tow vehicle. Getting ready to crank that thing over. So you'll notice as soon as that car fires up all the raw fuel that comes out of the pipes, and it purely shakes the ground for the Darkside Racing Top Fuel Dragster. Is just as soon as they are ready, they're going to get the signal to fire that thing up down there in the starting line. And, of course, with Jet Car, you got a full program of racing coming up as well. The NHRA Summit ET Series in action. Canada West Doorslammer is going to be running their eliminations. Still a great day of racing. In the afternoon here tomorrow at Mission Raceway Park, is there it is. The Darkside Top Fuel Dragster is fired up. And we're going to get ready to put a cap on the Saturday of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder here at MRP. So Dave Fedorowicz, you can feel even the concussion and the ground shake from the burnout on that machine. As Dave made a solid pass earlier this afternoon, carried it out to at least the 330-foot mark. Is obviously anytime you're running nitromethane on a budget or limited time, you want to make sure that all those parts stay intact. You can put on a good show for anybody that shows up here at Mission Raceway Park, and that is exactly what the Darkside team is setting out to do here tonight. And all that raw fuel is going to turn into some pretty high header flames, hopefully, as soon as Dave hits the throttle there in the Darkside Racing machine, as they are going to bring it up to the beams. You can see the crew clean off the rear tires, getting ready to bring that car up. As problems on the starting line for the Darkside Racing Top Fuel Dragster. So, Dave Fedorowicz getting through the burnout process. Then, unfortunately, that thing going silent right before they bring it into the beams. You can see that the crew is looking over that race car and trying to sort out what exactly went wrong there in the cockpit, as Dave is staying strapped into the race car at the moment. So they're going to push back. Looks like they're going to try and fire that thing up again. So hook it back up to the starter motor. You can see them jumping back into the back of the pickup truck to get that thing refired. So again, not exactly what Dave and the team would have wanted for what is slated to be their final run of the weekend, but they are going to try again everything in their power to get that thing fired. You can see they are already hooking back up that starter motor. They're going to try and back down the motor before they try and bring it back to life down there in the starting line. And getting the overhead shot of that is they are working to get that thing turned over so they can get that car refired. So they are going to go to work, get that thing, and try and get the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster back up and running down there in the starting line. You can see they're frantically going to work, making sure that everything is okay, as they did go through the burnout procedure, and that burns through quite a lot of nitromethane, already putting the motor, even though it had the throttle stop on it, through its paces. So the crew going to work down there in the starting line, trying to get that thing turned around and try and bring it back up so it can make one last hit tonight here for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder at Mission Raceway Park. So you can see that they're still working through that car, trying to see that if anything went awry. Looks like they're potentially going to try and pull the heads off that thing down there right now and make sure that everything is good to go. Well, he did get a taste of what was in store ahead of the run there with the burnout. And again, Dave making a solid run earlier this afternoon here at Mission Raceway Park. As you can see, they are trying hard on the starting line to get that thing turned around and get it back up again to make that last pass of the night. Again, a big thank you to everybody that is still here at Mission Raceway Park. And again, as we mentioned, those wristbands going to be good for tomorrow, as the Tomahawk Jet funny car will be coming back tomorrow now, as they had those mechanical troubles as well on the starting line. Obviously, when you start up one of these Top Fuel engines, it is not a matter of just clicking the thing off and trying to get the thing switch back on immediately. There's a lot that goes through these motors, and in between every single round of racing, you have to tear these things down, make sure that everything is in working order back in the pit area. Of course, one last thanks to everybody at Valley Tech Productions hanging around to the very end of this one with up on the Lordco Auto Parts big screen. They have been giving us great images all night, replays in the action, close-up shots as they're continuing to work on that race car down there, and you got to give them A+ for effort as well, trying to get that thing bolted back together on the starting line and get it ready to make one final pass here for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So again, as we mentioned, tomorrow there is going to be the full NHRA Summit T-Series race where they're going to be up for the Wally trophies. So added incentive to all the racers there is big thanks to everybody who has come out this weekend. A great racer turnout in the pits as well. They are completely full all the way down through the shutdown area to the final turnoff almost of the sand trap parking-wise today. And mentioned that record car count in the Canada West Doorslammer, as well as almost 80 cars in the non-electronics category for National Tire, and equally good fields in the likes of Rad Torque Electronics and Outlaw 275, full 16-car field as well for MDA Fabrication. Now thrown in to the mix, Tomahawk Jet Funny Car, which is going to put on a great show tomorrow here at Mission Raceway Park. So you can see they're still not giving up down there in the starting line. They're still wrenching away at the Darkside top fuel dragster, trying to get it turned around and bring that machine back up for the final pass of the night here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder and Lordco Auto Parts. Open 7 days a week in over 100 locations. You can go to lordco.com to find a location near you. Hey, there's one just across the highway. If you need one in Mission, head on over to Lordco Auto Parts. You can also head to their social media channels, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram here for Lordco Auto Parts. I know they also have a few locations also open up throughout Alberta, popping up as they have expanded into that market in recent years, and always a great partner of racing. Whatever it is, from drag racing to oval track racing, road racing, Lordco Auto Parts, supporting racers everywhere across the province of British Columbia.
So if we have Nikki McDonald here, Nikki McDonald, I have some things of yours turned into the tower. Nikki McDonald, come on up to the tower, second floor. And we have some belongings of yours I'm sure you're keen to have back.
Yeah, we'll let you identify them, but they are definitely important, and you would want to grab them before leaving the facility.
Also, we have a pink Fitbit. Could be an Apple Watch. What do you think?
I think it is actually a Fitbit. Yeah, it is a Fitbit. A pink Fitbit. That got turned in a little while ago up here to the tower and still hasn't been claimed. So make sure if you are missing a pink Fitbit, it's not mine, not Chrissy's, unfortunately. But again, if you're missing that, come on up to the second floor of the timing tower and claim that. So you're working now solely on the right side. The engine on the Darkside top fuel dragster is, again, as we mentioned, it's a relatively quick turnaround for the team as they have been working hard trying to get this car back up to the line after it really mysteriously shut off, seemed like on its own after the burnout right before they were getting ready to bring it into the beams here at Mission Raceway Park. And again, everybody's sticking around here at the races. If you're coming back tomorrow and you want to come nice and early. Or if you're already at the racetrack camping over, you can head to the Racers for Christ non-denominational chapel service led by Chaplain Jerry Lucky, the subject being Salt and Light. That is Sunday morning, tomorrow morning. It's getting closer and closer as we speak at 8 a.m. in the third floor of the tower here at Mission Raceway Park. Again, the Racers for Christ Chapel service here at Mission Raceway Park tomorrow morning. Well, the good news is tools look like they're going back in the bed of the tow vehicle. So they've wrenched on that thing and in record time have got it hopefully ready to have a second stab at the TCS side of the racetrack here for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. That car, as they're getting the starter motor in place down there just behind the burnout box, getting that thing all connected. That car actually a former Morgan Lucas Racing chassis, and of course Morgan Lucas Racing now defunct, but longtime competitor in NHRA Top Fuel competition with their namesake Morgan Lucas before Richie Crampton took over the driving chores of that team, and they actually developed their own chassis program before they closed shop and still had a shop where they manufacture things. Now, Richie Crampton was spearheading kind of that in the construction of Top Fuel dragsters as well, and that is what Dave and the gang bought chassis-wise to kind of update their program a few years ago. Again, we're admiring the view as we have been for the last little bit there from the Valley Tech production team, and there it is. It is back to life after some fast repairs on the starting line. So we get attempt number 2 potentially at the burnout. And we'll get ready to run the Darkside Top Fuel dragster. So a much shorter burnout, obviously, since Dave already did a fairly long burnout on the first go-around, as they're going to try and get that thing in reverse. No problems for Dave as the crew member again trying to pack him up in the tire tracks, direct him where he wants to go in the lane to get ready for the Darkside Racing Top Fuel dragster. So the crew members back there cleaning off the tires as once again they will get ready to try and bring that thing into the staging beams, and gotta say, hats off to the team working and trying to get that thing back up and running again after a very mysterious shutoff on the starting line as they are bringing it forward into the staging beams. You can see the crew member again trying to flicker on that top bulb so that Dave knows exactly where he is putting that car into the beam so he doesn't deep stage and turn off that top bulb. So here we go, the Darkside Racing Top Fuel dragster. Well, it got out there, shake, rattled, and rolled, but you gotta say we got the smoke from the burnout, the fire out of the header pipes, and a little bit of thunder. Dave Fedorowicz from Calgary, 652. to the 8th mile in a very early shutoff at 67 miles an hour. How about the 60-foot time? 0.889 to 60 feet for Dave Fedorowicz. And race fans, thank you for sticking with us here at Mission Raceway Park. As you get a look up in the instant replay as the Darkside Racing Top Fuel Dragster getting out there again just past the Christmas tree and clicking it off as driving right up into some tire shake, but shaking the ground here at Mission Raceway Park. Thank you again to everybody for coming out here. And again, reminder to hang on to those wristbands as a Tomahawk Jet Funny Car going to come back tomorrow here at MRP. And you guys, if you have your wristbands, will get in for free for the racing action tomorrow. So make sure to hang on to those. It'll be another great day of racing action here at MRP. You can check out all the start times on our Facebook page with the full schedule, as well as everything on Mission Raceway Park's website at missionraceway.com. Thanks, everybody, for coming out. Thanks, Chrissy, for joining me up in the tower, and have a safe trip home.